Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see third part, what if Harry Potter was betrayed and rose as an unstoppable dark force. Here is short summary. Betrayed by those he trusted, Harry returns stronger and without mercy. With power and knowledge on his side, he rises as a dark force determined to reshape the wizarding world on his own terms. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Everyone awoke the next morning and readied themselves for their return home, except for the 2 or 3 students who had to stay behind, and headed down to the train station. Harry and his friends piled into a compartment together and began discussing what they were going to do for holiday. Tracy had been upset because Daphne and her family would be visiting relatives in Greece for Christmas, which meant Tracy had to go to her own home that year. Luckily, Hermione had offered her a place to stay, much to Tracy's relief. Neville had invited everyone to a party at Longbottom Manor the day after Christmas, something which everyone was most enthusiastic about. Conversation soon turned to the subject of revenge against Skeeter for her article. "I just can't sit by and let her get away with trying to hurt you all," Harry insisted. "It's all right, Harry," Daphne assured him. "I'm not ashamed of my heritage, at least not after our little talk." "Skeeter was just being petty," Hermione added. "I just wish I knew who those anonymous sources of hers were." "I think I've got a pretty good idea," Harry muttered. "What about you, Luna? Skeeter insulted you and your father by questioning your sanity." "It's okay, Harry, I'm used to it," said Luna calmly. "Ravenclaws say I'm mad, people around where I live say I'm mad. Well, I am mad, but I'm naturally mad. I don't use any chemicals," she added firmly. Everyone blinked at her a few times. "Well, if you guys aren't interested in revenge, then what am I going to do with this?" Harry said, holding up a glass jar. "What is that, Harry?" asked Faye. "Everyone, meet Rita Skeeter." Harry smirked as he pointed out the fat beetle inside the jar. "Found her scurrying around the school." "You mean she's an unregistered animagus?" "Yes. Thought this would be a nice little gift for you all." A bunch of evil smirks graced the faces of the students. After coming up with a bunch of ideas on what to do with their captive, it was decided that they would simply send her to the DMLE, though they were tempted by the suggestion of feeding Rita to Daphne's sister Astoria's pet spider. Eric, why Astoria had a pet spider was anyone's guess. Why the spider's name was Eric was even more of a mystery. Ideas for revenge against the tabloid writer aside, they continued their conversation in a more cheerful vein, in other words, talking about their plans for the holiday. "I'm spending most of my Christmas planning more reforms," Harry stated glumly. "I still need to institute more courses at Hogwarts like maths and English. For some reason I'm finding it harder to find teachers for those subjects than for any of the other ones. Then I have to figure out how to restructure the Ministry of Magic and get rid of some of the stupid, outdated laws and practices. The first and most important thing you have to do is find a way to get rid of the incompetents who only got where they are because of who their parents were," Daphne explained. "I'm sure Aunt Amelia would be more than willing to help you on that, Harry," said Susan. "She's always complaining when she gets a bunch of new recruits in the Auror Corps who can't figure out the right way to hold their wands." The usual interruption in the form of either Malfoy or Ron was deterred by the fact that both boys happened to arrive at exactly the same time and ended up getting into a brawl outside the compartment. The passengers inside the compartment had thought to put up muffling spells so as not to be disturbed by any noises from outside. Eventually, the color steam engine pulled into King's Cross just as Harry was elaborating his latest plan for magical education reform. "I'm just saying, it doesn't seem right to leave magical children waiting for 11 years to find out. Those in Muggle families will just think there's something wrong with them and they'll possibly even be mistreated by family members for a supposed abnormality, while those in magical families are subjected to all sorts of indignities by their relatives in order to force accidental magic out of them." "Harry, we're here," said Hermione. "What? So we are. I guess I'll see you all later. Happy Christmas." Harry bid farewell to his friends and joined up with his caregivers. As he left the station, Harry began to wonder what had become of the Dursleys after he'd left Vernon to possibly suffer from a heart attack at the beginning of last summer. Oh well, Harry thought, if something horrific ended up happening to them it would be no skin off his nose. It just so happened that the Dursleys were not doing so well lately. After his heart attack, Vernon had ended up missing an important dinner with some wealthy investors and had lost the chance at a promotion. Also, the stipend his family had been receiving over the years to care for the freak had stopped coming in. In fact, it seemed that they were now swamped with debt. Following that, some of the neighbors became suspicious of the sudden disappearance of the Dursleys' nephew, and many rumors were being bandied about. Then there was that new gang in town. How it happened the Dursleys weren't sure, just that once it became clear that Harry Potter would no longer be living at Privet Drive, old Mrs. Fig had invited some of her knitting club friends over, and the lot of them had started riding around the neighborhood on motorcycles and beating up the young men who would likely have been in regular motorcycle gangs. Dudley suffered the worst of it as he was the fattest and slowest of his little buddies. The gang didn't do much other than that, except for their odd habit of stealing telephone kiosks. Vernon was just getting home after a long day's work, wondering how his life had turned up so rotten, when he was suddenly struck by a van filled with French tourists. And on your right, you will see the typical English pig dog, who does not look where he is going, the tour guide said in a nasally voice, prompting jeers and taunts from the other French tourists. If anyone from Hogwarts had been there during the incident, that person would have sworn that the French persons in the van bore a distinct resemblance to the painting of the rude French knights, though that was surely just coincidence. Right. Draco Malfoy had been quite surprised when he was met at the train station, not by his mother, but by one of his father's old friends. "Hello, Draco. Good day, Mr. Weasley. Why are you here? I'm afraid you won't be able to go home for a while, Draco." "Why not? And where's my mother? How do I put this?" Weasley tried to think of the best way to explain things to the boy, but settled on simply handing him the letter his mother had sent. "This was sent to your father." Draco opened the letter and began to read. "Dear Lucius, I am sorry to tell you this, well, not really, but I have requested permission from Lord Black to have our marriage dissolved. You have brought shame and disgrace on the noble family you once allied yourself with by lowering yourself to serving some bastard who calls himself a Dark Lord. Furthermore, you have allowed that pitiful excuse for a son of ours to run around and whine whenever things don't go his way. I've had enough. Goodbye and sod off. Sincerely, Narcissa Cassiopeia Black." Draco gawped for a few moments before becoming absolutely furious. How dare she disgrace the Malfoy family like this? He shouted. "Where is she? Where is that pathetic excuse of a mother of mine? Last I heard, she was enjoying the benefits of being a wealthy, single woman on the beaches of southern France," Weasley explained with a shrug. "Unfortunately for you, Draco, I'm afraid that you won't be able to go home to Malfoy Manor." "What? Why not? When my father—" "It seems that your father put the deed to Malfoy Manor in your mother's name in order to avoid property taxes, and she sort of sold it to Gringotts before she left." Draco stood there in shock. Weasley then leaned down and whispered to the boy. "At least you'll still be able to be around your father," he said quietly, hoping there weren't any oars nearby. "I managed to get you a portkey to his location. Here." He handed Draco a pocket watch. "It'll reactivate when it's time for you to go back to school." "Thanks, Mr. Weasley," Draco said with a haughty grin. "It's nice to know that real purebloods are still looking out for each other." As Draco and his luggage disappeared with a flash, Weasley let out a sigh of relief. "At least it's him that's going to get crucioed by the Dark Lord this time and not me." Tracy wasn't sure what to expect when she was introduced to Hermione's parents. They'd only met in passing at the New Year's party at Harry's Manor last year, though Tracy got the impression that they were very decent people. This was different, though. Tracy would be spending about 2 weeks in the Muggle world, a place she had no more than a faint familiarity with. Tracy fidgeted awkwardly as Hermione greeted her mother. "Where's Dad?" Hermione asked. "He had an appointment with Mr. Stapleton from up the street," Emma Granger explained. "Isn't he the man who runs the bookshop? The one who's always telling people to get out and go to a different bookshop?" "Yes." Hermione's face darkened. Mr. Stapleton had refused to sell her any books every time she went in and had simply ushered her out of the shop. She hoped her father had forgotten to give the man the courtesy of anesthetic before putting him under the drill. No one keeps Hermione Granger from her precious books. "This must be your friend Tracy." "Hello, dear, I'm Drive. Emma Granger." The two shook hands. "Doctor," said Tracy nervously. Aren't those the Muggle healers who cut people up? Emma chuckled. No, I'm a dentist. I take care of people's teeth. Tracy nodded, but was still a little anxious. Well, come on, girls, said Emma Granger. We should be home just in time for afternoon tea. Tracy had never ridden in a car before, she'd never even taken the night bus because her parents considered it a low-class form of transport. Tracy had to repress a wince when she thought of her parents. If they knew she was staying with Muggles, she didn't even want to think of what they would do. Here we are, Emma said as she pulled into the driveway of an upscale suburban home. They entered the house just in time to see Dan Granger walk in from the office, which was adjacent to the house, dressed in his uniform and wiping off several of his surgical tools. How'd your appointment with Mr. Stapleton go? Asked Emma Granger. Very well, I think, said Dan. He was being uncooperative at first, but I managed to make the importance of proper oral hygiene clear. Tracy looked somewhat ill. Oh, do we have another customer? Said Dan Granger with a look at Tracy. No, dear, this is Tracy, one of Hermione's friends from school, Emma said hastily. All right, then. Oh, Emma, my sister is stopping by with her daughters tomorrow. Ah, Dan, you know I loathe your sister. I do, too, but family is family. Emma gave an indignant, HMPH. Her sister-in-law was one of the most unpleasant individuals she had ever met, and those two daughters of hers were just as bad. Nothing like that in her family, just good, decent dentistry folks in her family. Emma prided herself on her long family history in the dental profession. Even her American uncle, who disappeared sometime in the 60s under mysterious circumstances, was a well-respected dentist who provided affordable dental care to the poor people living in Skid Row. Hermione, why don't you show your friend around? Said Dan Granger. Your mother and I need to have a quick word with Mr. Stapleton before he leaves. Okay, Daddy. Hermione led the anxious Tracy upstairs. The two Granger parents entered the room where their patient was strapped into the chair. Well, Mr. Stapleton, are you willing to talk yet? Said Dan. I'm telling you, I don't know anything. The man pleaded. Wrong answer, said Emma as she reached for the drill. This would teach him to throw her out of the bookstore when she was looking for a copy of An Illustrated History of False Teeth. The unabridged version, of course. Neville had returned home to Longbottom Manor and, after a brief afternoon tea with his grandmother, headed straight to the greenhouse to continue his research. For much of the year, Neville had been working on a project that he devised after reading the book on Florolochus that Harry had given him last year, in addition to what he'd learned after putting his new talent into practice. Neville had learned, after using plant speaking, that there were many plants with mind-restorative properties that, if combined correctly, could very well end in a tremendous success for his endeavor. After a few hours, he went off in search of an owl to send his findings to a proper authority on potions. Arthur Weasley was not expecting his children's return from Hogwarts to involve his two youngest ranting and raving about how Harry Potter was ruining their lives. Ron seemed to be under the impression that Harry had conspired to ensure he wouldn't be able to find a date to the Yule Ball, forcing him to attend with Malfoy. Jinny, on the other hand, was sobbing her eyes out that a group of sluts had stolen her Harry away, making him forget to take her to the ball. This was followed by the girl running upstairs to her room. Arthur let out a patient sigh and asked the twins what had happened. Fred and George both assured him that Harry was merely escorting a group of his closest female friends to the ball because he didn't want to hurt any of their feelings by only choosing one of them, and had never actually made any promise to take Jinny. As evening wore on and everyone went to their separate spaces, Arthur sat across from Molly in the living room. Molly Wobbles, is there something wrong with Ron and Jinny? He said. What? She exclaimed, aghast. Why on earth would you even ask such a thing? It's just that, well, Ron seems to think that Harry is trying to ruin his life just because of a dispute that, from what I've heard, it seems Ron started. Well, friendships often have their little ups and downs. I'm sure dear Harry and Ronald will soon forget their little spat and go back to where they were before. Arthur raised an eyebrow. He seriously doubted Harry and Ron would ever be as close as they once were from what he'd been hearing. Arthur pressed on. And Jinny, she seems to have it in her head that Harry is her boyfriend, or will be, regardless of the fact that he doesn't seem to have shown any interest in her at all, ever. It's only a matter of time, Arthur. I'm sure Harry will realize that Jinny is a perfect match for him. After all, don't you think they would look just like another version of James and Lily? Arthur had to fight back a retort that Harry was not James and Jinny was most definitely nothing like Lily except a slight similarity in appearance. The way Molly was going on, it sounded as if she assumed Harry would automatically be attracted to Jinny based solely on how she looked. Arthur winced slightly. Why hadn't he listened to his mother's advice and married that nice, quiet, non-interfering, Muggle-born witch from Suffolk he dated before he became interested in Molly? But no, he had to do things his way, or, rather, Molly's way, as she was the one who'd practically hounded him into marriage. At least Abigail had actually listened to his opinions rather than browbeating him into just agreeing with everything she said. Molly, I'm trying to talk about something I feel is important, he said firmly. I don't think Harry and Ron are going to patch things up, and I also don't think it's healthy for Jinny to obsess over Harry when his feelings clearly lie elsewhere. Molly looked up from her knitting and glared at her husband. Arthur, go get me some tea, she said indignantly. What? But, I was just. Now. Arthur's shoulders slumped and he walked towards the kitchen. As he left the room, he shot a brief glance up at his mother's portrait. Cinderella Weasley looked down sympathetically at her son and mouthed the words, I told you so. Draco Malfoy was currently enduring the worst Christmas holiday he'd ever experienced. At first he'd thought that serving the Dark Lord would be great. The rage-driven crucio he'd received for his incompetence had killed that idea stone dead. When he'd complained to his father, the man just told him to shut up and deal with it like a man, and then cry about it late at night like a little girl. Listen up, you idiotic fools. The baby-like form of the Dark Lord hissed. I have figured out a way for Draco over here to make up for his blunders and get Potter to be here for the ritual. As Voldemort launched into his overly complicated and extremely convoluted plan, no one was aware they were being observed by a green-eyed peregrine falcon outside the window. Caitlin and Rosalind were Hermione's cousins, 14 and 15 years old, respectively. Both were tall, almost at an anorexic level of skinniness, had dyed their brown hair owned, and wore clothing that showed way too much cleavage. For years, these two had relentlessly tormented and harassed their bookworm cousin. Some of the things they did could just be downright sadistic and outright abusive. Their mother, Priscilla, seemed to think her precious daughters could do no wrong and always turned the other way when it came to their treatment of Hermione. So, it goes without saying that Hermione was not pleased to have them visit. Tracy was certainly not impressed by the girls. So far, she had had a very positive impression from the Muggle world, but these people were not on her list of good aspects. Once the adults had left the four girls alone, Caitlin and Rosalind immediately lashed into Hermione. Looks like Hermione's parents finally decided to buy her a friend, Caitlin sneered. Obviously, Rosalind added. I mean, it's not like Beaverface could ever actually find people who like her. The two snickered pretentiously. Hermione, however, was not going to let their insults get to her like when she was younger. She'd seen things that normal people didn't even know existed. Her cousins were nothing but arrogant little twits with delusions of grandeur after what Hermione had experienced. You both keep talking, but all I hear from you is, blah, 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 Hermione said calmly. Your insults are clearly too juvenile and unimaginative for someone of my intelligence to regard as anything more than nonsensical yammering. Come on, Tracy, I want to show you around town. Caitlin and Rosalind just stood there, red-faced, as their former favorite punching bag walked out arm in arm with her friend. Sirius was currently pacing outside the doors of the main sitting room of Potter Manor, thinking what he was going to say to the beautiful witch waiting for him inside. Harry and Remus watched him with growing impatience. Just go in there and ask her, Harry said. I can't, Sirius exclaimed. I don't have the faintest clue what I'm doing. What if she says, no? What if she says, yes? You love her, don't you? Said Remus. Yes, of course. Then get your sorry ass in there and ask her to marry you, the most mild-mannered of the werewolves said firmly. You don't get it, Moony. No, you don't get it that if you don't stop whining and get in there right now I am going to. I will cut off your squeaky toy supplies for a month. You wouldn't. Remus grabbed his friend by the front of his shirt. Then get in there, he growled and tossed his old buddy into the doors, which swung open to admit him to a very astonished Bathsheba babbling. Squeaky toy supplies? Harry inquired quietly. Don't ask, Remus replied, shaking his head. The doors of the room closed behind him and Sirius straightened himself out. Bathsheba, there's something I want to ask you, Sirius said nervously. I'm listening. We've known each other for quite some time, and I feel like we've got a special connection. Outside the room, Harry and Remus were standing with their ears pressed to the door and muttering, "Get on with it. There's no one else I've ever really seen myself with. Get on with it," a voice that sounded suspiciously like Sirius' father said loudly in the back of his mind. "There's no one else as smart, witty, fun-loving, or beautiful as you in my eyes, and for the love of God, Padfoot, get on with it." The portraits of James and Lily Potter shouted from the top of the mantelpiece. "Bathsheba, will you marry me?" Sirius finally blurted out as he opened a small box to reveal a beautiful diamond ring. Bathsheba blinked a few times at him in surprise before speaking. "I guess it's a plus that I won't have to change my monogrammed towels," she said as a grin spread across her face. "So, is that a yes?" "Of course it is, you goofball." Finally came the relieved exclamations from outside the room. Tracy had spent several days at the Granger residence and was so far loving everything the Muggle world had to offer, well, except for Hermione's aunt and cousins, but Tracy wasn't about to throw stones at other people's families. She and Hermione had just gotten back from shopping with Hermione's mother, when they noticed a couple envelopes waiting for them. "Oh, must be the photos from the Yule Ball," Hermione stated. Harry had had the brilliant suggestion of getting Colin Creevey to take photos for the couples at the ball like at regular school dances in the Muggle world. Luckily, the students with families in the Muggle world were able to get prints that didn't move so as not to violate the statute of secrecy. "What have you got there, Herman?" Rosalind sneered once Hermione's mother was out of earshot. "They're photos from the ball at our school," Hermione replied simply. "Ball." Hermione smirked as she withdrew the unmoving photographs from the envelope and held them up for her two cousins to see. One was a shot of her with Harry, a second was of the people at their table, and a third showed Harry with all the girls together. "We decided to go as a group," Hermione explained to her shocked cousins. "There is no way that's you," Caitlin squealed. "There's no way you could pull a guy like that, not even if you were going as a group. And yet, here we are." "Didn't Harry say he'd stop by sometime soon?" said Tracy. "I think so. He just had an event to attend with his godfather. I think it was something about a donation." Rosalind shook herself out of her stupor. "I can't wait to meet what kind of pathetic loser settles for trash like you, Beaverface," she said. "You keep talking, Rose, and all I hear is mindless dreck," said Hermione with a dismissive wave. "Harry," Sirius whispered as he lightly poked his godson in the back. "Harry." The boy simply grumbled and pulled his covers over his head. "Harry." "Wah!" Harry exclaimed as he practically flew out of his bed. "Don't do that, you lunatic. Just wanted to make sure you were up, kiddo. We've got to get ready for the big event today." Harry's sleep-addled mind failed to figure out what his godfather was talking about for several minutes until the wires all finally seemed to click in his head. The overexcitable youth leapt towards his closet in search of something presentable to wear. "Will you be joining us for breakfast, Prince Harry, or should we send a house elf up with a tray?" Sirius teased as he began to exit the room. Harry didn't seem to hear him as he rushed about getting ready. Sirius shook his head. The boy was just like his mother. When it came to life-threatening monsters or dark wizards, both Harry and Lily were calm as a human could be, but put them in a situation that involved a large number of people they didn't know, the media, and some important event, and they went all to pieces prepping for it. All around Britain, people turned on their television sets to see a very interesting announcement. "Good afternoon to you all," the reporter said as he stood outside in the snow. "It seems the spirit of goodwill has come early this Christmas season. We are very privileged to announce that two lords, recently returned from ignominy to the public of Great Britain, have decided to make considerable donations to charity." The camera switched to a close-up on Harry and Sirius, who were currently shaking hands with a number of important government officials. The reporter continued. Lord Sirius Orion Black and his godson, Lord Harry James Potter, were reunited just over a year ago after the former was released from a 10-year false imprisonment. The Black family and the Potter family have not held their political seats for over 2 centuries. "What made you two decide to return now?" the reporter asked them. "Well, we wanted some time to recover, to get to know each other, and to establish our places in society," Sirius explained. I hadn't seen my godson since he was just over a year old and didn't want too many obligations to prevent me from spending time with him. Why exactly were you separated? Over 13 years ago, there was a terrorist organization actively attacking innocent civilians. My friends, the late Lord and Lady Potter, and I were part of an organization to take down these monsters, and we ended up becoming targets ourselves. James and Lily went into hiding with their infant son as the leader of the terrorists was gunning for them in particular. One of the men we considered a trusted friend betrayed their location to this terrorist leader, and it cost my friends their lives. It was a miracle that Harry made it out alive, but then the traitor ended up framing me for betraying them and then faked his own death, inadvertently hitting a nearby gas line which exploded, causing 12 bystanders to be killed. I was sent to prison without a trial and my godson sent to live with his mother's relatives. Lord Potter, the reporter continued, if you went to live with your relatives, why aren't they here today? Simple, Harry replied. They treated me like garbage for over 10 years, lied to me about my heritage, and convinced everyone that I was a lying little delinquent while their fat whale of a son was permitted to beat me up as often as he liked. Is that why you chose these particular charities to patronize? Yes. I felt that it was only fitting to give money to the Society for the Prevention of Child Abuse, Child Welfare, Children's Hospitals, and the orphanage system so that other children might be saved from what I endured while in the care of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Oh, perhaps I shouldn't have said their names on telly. Well, at least I didn't mention that they live at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Oops. It's just as well, though, if they hadn't treated me like a subhuman South Avenue, I would have been inclined to share my substantial wealth with them. Yes, £5 million is quite a lot for a single person to spend on anything, let alone on charitable organizations, said the reporter. Another reason why I'm doing this is because it's the obligation of the wealthy to look after the less fortunate. Maybe if more people understood that we wouldn't have so much misery in the world. Very true. And, Lord Black, any particular reason you chose the charities you did? Well, firstly, I chose to donate to the homeless shelters of Britain because I understand the experience of starvation and the fear of dying on the streets, said Sirius. Secondly, I chose to donate to the regular hospitals because of the fine medical care I received that got me back on track. And thirdly, I chose to donate to the Society to Stop Animal Abuse just because I have a deep affection for animals, especially dogs. Man's best friend and all that. The Dursley family sat there in shock as they saw the boy they had once forced to live under their stairs on the television giving huge quantities of money to charity. Vernon erupted into a fit of rage, spouting off about how that ungrateful runt dared to slander their family. Petunia had that expression on her face as if she'd been beeping Lemo. She had no idea the boy had so much money. To think that she could have lived at the height of style if they'd only treated the brat like a human being. Dudley couldn't believe what was going on as he stared at the television. The freak was giving away £5 million to a bunch of lazy, worthless bums, as his father called the poor. Dudley then began whining about why he didn't have that kind of money and about all the things he could get with that kind of money. The Dursleys didn't realize yet that their world was about to fall to ashes as everyone in their neighborhood realized just what abominable monsters the Dursleys were for treating their nephew as they had. Many even felt pangs of guilt for ever believing the lies spread about Harry Potter as it dawned on them who the real menace was in their community. Hermione, Tracy, and the Granger parents just grinned smugly as Priscilla and her daughters gaped at the young man on the television, unmistakable from the photos Hermione had shown them. The proud woman and the two spoiled girls couldn't believe that Hermione was actually friends with him. This had to be some kind of trick. Lord Potter, I understand you go to an exclusive boarding school for the gifted. The reporter asked. That's right, I was put on the enrollment list since I was born, Harry replied. My parents were alumni from the school and it later turned out, after some investigation into my family tree, that I was actually the lawful owner of the establishment. I found a number of problems there, mostly in the curriculum and the abuse of power by the headmaster, but I have been moving to correct those problems. Is there anyone who has helped you in this? Well, my godfather, after his release, has been an enormous help. Of course, I wouldn't have had half as much success if it weren't for my friends, especially my oldest and closest friend, Hermione Jean Granger. Caitlin and Rosalind looked about ready to faint. Hermione blushed vibrantly and Tracy gave her a playful nudge. Very far away, in a little place known as Ottery Street. Catchpole, a portrait of the late Cinderella Weasley watched with narrowed eyes as her daughter-in-law went about brewing a number of mysterious potions. Since the days when she was just a babe in nappies, Cinderella had been taught about potions, especially those of an illicit nature, hardly surprising considering her family. So, when she realized what exactly it was that Molly was brewing, she knew she had to tell Lord Potter when he returned. For now, she would bide her time and let the fat harridan dig herself deeper and deeper. Why couldn't Arthur have married a more sensible woman? She'd told him that Pruitt women tended to be rotten. The men were generally decent folk like Gideon and Fabian, Ignatius, and of course Ambrose and his descendants. Pruitt women had the nasty habit of turning out like, well, Molly. Or even worse, Cinderella thought with a shudder, like Muriel Pruitt. Cinderella wasn't sure why, but her family had always staunchly opposed having any of their sons marry Pruitt women, something about a curse on daughters born straight out of the Pruitt line. Cinderella pushed that train of thought to the back of her painted mind and continued to observe her target. It was high time Molly realized why you don't mess with Cinderella's family. Harry wasn't sure what he had been expecting when he entered the Granger residence and was introduced to Hermione's aunt and cousins. His impression had, almost immediately, been of Aunt Petunia and two hyper-skinny, female Dudleys. Hermione and Tracy had both greeted him with hugs and a key on the cheek from either girl, when Caitlin and Rosalind had moved towards him, with that look in their eyes that they intended to do the same. Harry instantly held out his hand for them to shake. Both had seemed incredibly put out and kept shooting glares at Hermione. "So, how has Christmas halls been for you, Harry?" said Tracy. "It's been great, Tracy," he replied. Sirius finally worked up the nerve to propose to Bathsheba. "Oh, Harry, that's wonderful," said Hermione. "Yep, the wedding is going to be this summer." "Oh, and it's going to take place in Norway." "Norway? Yeah, turns out a lot of Bathsheba's family live there. You're both invited, of course." "Thank you, Harry, that sounds wonderful," said Tracy. Caitlin and Rosalind both began to look red-faced at being ignored. Neither of them could fathom why this filthy rich and fairly attractive young man was choosing to speak to their beaver-faced cousin and her friend instead of them. It never once occurred to the two of them that Harry might actually find Hermione and Tracy to be more pleasant company. Of course, Caitlin and Rosalind were not about to be ignored without a fight, and so both began to press up on either side of Harry, much to his annoyance. "So, we hear you're a lord," said Caitlin in what she assumed was a seductive voice. "That is so fascinating," Rosalind added. "We've never met a lord before." "Gee, I wonder why," Harry said in a sarcastic tone that went right over their heads. Hermione and Tracy both glared at Caitlin and Rosalind. As Hermione's two cousins continued to invade Harry's personal space, no one noticed a certain house elf named Winky preparing to strike. If there's one thing you should never, ever do, it's interfere with a house elf's plans to get a mate for its master or mistress, and Caitlin and Rosalind were getting far too close to Mistress Hermie's Lord Potter for Winky's liking. The last thing either Caitlin or Rosalind remembered was a sharp pain in the back of their heads, as though some very large and very heavy object had collided with their skulls before they slumped to the ground unconscious. The eyes of the two witches and the young wizard turned to look at the house elf, who was now resting her cast iron skillet over her shoulder and grinning smugly. "You should not be messing with Mistress Hermie and Mistress Tracy's Lord Harry Potter, sir," Winky said to the unconscious girls. "Winky, while I deeply appreciate the help, was it necessary to hit them the skillet?" said Hermione. "That could have caused them serious brain damage." "Of course, in Caitlin and Rosalind's case it might be an improvement," Hermione added in her thoughts. "Not to worry, Mistress Hermie," said Winky proudly. "Winky is putting non-breaking spell on skillet. Hurts like regular skillet, but not cause any real damage." "Oh, that's a relief. Thank you, Winky." Winky gave Hermione a salute before popping off to the kitchen to start working on afternoon tea. "Winky has been a tremendous help," Hermione explained to Harry. "My cousins have been trying to prank me and Tracy since they showed up, but Winky always turns their pranks back around on them." "What exactly were they trying to do?" "Oh, the usual stuff. Itching powder in our clothes, trying to make us trip down the stairs, tacks on our seats. And that's normal. That's the kind of stuff that Dudley would do to me." "Well, at least we have Winky on our side," Tracy added. "Of course, we are going to have to explain what happened to these two." She nodded to the still unconscious girls. I say we just leave them here and go get some tea, Harry suggested. Tea does sound nice right now, Hermione agreed. So, Caitlin and Rosalind remained unconscious on the floor while the three friends went and had tea. Upon being asked where the two girls were, Harry, Hermione, and Tracy all replied that they were taking a nap. Caitlin and Rosalind did wake up after an hour or so and proceeded to act like nothing had happened. Later that evening, when Harry, Hermione, and Tracy were alone in Hermione's room, the bushy-haired girl suggested that maybe she should get the anti-pest ward on her house adjusted since it allowed Caitlin and Rosalind to enter. There's something else I was wondering, Harry, said Hermione. Yeah, well, about your public donation to those charities and your announcement that you and Sirius are taking up your family's old titles in the Muggle world. It's just, what if someone looks into your background? I mean, most of your paperwork is in the magical world, isn't it? You know, Hermione, the Ministry of Magic might have their problems, they may even be the most ineffective branch of British government to ever exist, but even they aren't stupid enough to let a bunch of Muggle-born witches and wizards just drop off the map entirely without any paperwork. Seems that, if you're born and/or raised in the Muggle world, the Ministry provides documentation of your attendance at a prestigious boarding school for the gifted in Scotland. I mean, really, if they didn't then all those children vanishing from the system without a trace every year would cause suspicion, wouldn't it? Actually, yes, it would seem very odd. So, if someone tries to verify what you announced, they would find rock-solid evidence supporting my claims, yes. Neville sat patiently waiting by his window when an owl arrived, dropping a letter into his hands which he eagerly opened. Dear Mr. Longbottom, I am pleased to inform you that your calculations were correct. I have tweaked a few minor errors in the brewing process, but I can safely say that the potion will be a success and that I will go to St. Mungo's with your research to ascertain whether or not your request will be accommodated. Merry Christmas to you, Professor Robert Preston. As soon as Harry entered Potter Manor for the evening, he was accosted by one of his house elves. Ellis is sorry to be disturbing Master at this hour, said the elf. But portrait of Lady Cedrella is asking for use. Says is urgent. Ellis transported Harry over to the women's wing of Potter Manor where he was confronted by the very anxious portrait of Cedrella Weasley. Thank goodness you're here, Lord Potter, she said. You have to contact the Aurors immediately and have them go straight to the burrow. Molly has gone too far this time. What's wrong? She's brewed the highly illegal potion desperation. You have to call the authorities now or it could mean serious trouble. Molly and Arthur were spending the evening together. The children had turned in early, leaving the adults to themselves. Molly tapped the arms of her chair nervously as she waited for Arthur to finish reading the Quibbler. Arthur, dear, may I get you some tea? Oh, no thank you, Molly wobbles, I'm not thirsty. Arthur, I really think you should have some tea. And I said, no thank you. Arthur, Molly said in a warning tone. Arthur gave a frustrated sigh. His wife was acting very strange lately. He had confronted her about her actions and about Ron and Jinny and she had just snapped at him. He had also found bottles of what had looked like a Mortentia in the cupboard when he was looking for a midnight snack the night before last. When he tried to ask Molly what she had been doing with a now illegal substance, she had accused him of not trusting her. Arthur might not be the brightest of individuals, but even he could tell that there was something going on. Yes, dear, I would love a cup of tea, Arthur replied wearily. Molly got out of her seat and went to the kitchen. As she poured the cup of tea for her husband, she pulled out a vial of the potion she had been secretly brewing and put in 3 drops. While she didn't think Arthur could ever actually do anything to stop her, he was asking too many questions for her liking. She supposed that the mild loyalty potion she'd been putting in his food over the years had finally lost its effect, so it only made sense to use a little bit of the desperation she'd been brewing for Jinny to give to Harry. She soon returned and handed Arthur the cup, only for him to set it down on the table. Arthur, aren't you going to drink your tea? She said with a note of impatience. In a moment, I just want to let it cool. Molly glared at him and Arthur gave her a suspicious look in response. Molly, is there something you're not telling me? Of course not. Whatever gave you that impression? Just a feeling. He picked up the tea and sniffed it slightly. The tea has a strange smell, Molly. Perhaps it's gone off. It hasn't gone off, it's just a new brand. Molly, I'm starting to get the feeling that there's something going on here. What? You didn't see anything, did you? No, but I think there's something going on. Arthur, take my word for it, there is absolutely nothing going on. That was when the door was busted down and a group of red-robed Aurors entered the scene. All right, nobody move, said the lead Auror. This house is surrounded. Wands where I can see 'em. Now then, my name is Senior Auror Heath Edwards, and this is a raid. Evening, Heath, Arthur said brightly. Oh, hello, Arthur. Look, if this is about the flying car, in my defense I never intended for anyone to actually fly it. It's not you we're after, Arthur. It's your old termagant of a wife who's the problem. This is an outrage. Molly yelled. Shut up. We have reason to believe that there are certain substances on the premises. What sort of substances? Said Arthur. Certain substances. What sort of certain substances? Certain substances of an illicit nature. Could you be more specific? Certain substances to be removed for clinical tests. Have you got anything in mind? We suspect that there are large quantities of the highly illegal potion desperation hidden on the premises. What's that, then? He pointed to the cup of tea. It's just some tea, said Molly nervously. Right, I am confiscating this and will be taking it back to the lab for clinical examination. Here he turned to the other Aurors. Right, lads, I beg your pardon, said a female Auror. And lasses, I am leaving you lot to tear apart the kitchen. Leave no stone unturned until you find that potion. As for you, ma'am, he said to Molly, I am afraid I must ask you to accompany me to the station. What? You see, if we don't actually find anything, DMLE protocol requires me to charge you with illegal possession of whatever we happen to have down there. As Molly was dragged off by the Auror, she couldn't help but notice her mother-in-law's portrait grinning smugly down at her. Meanwhile, at a resort in southern France, Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy, was enjoying all the benefits of being a single, attractive, and wealthy woman when she noticed someone she hadn't seen in over 2 decades. Although they hadn't spoken in such a long time, Narcissa could recognize her big sister Andromeda anywhere, and the man hauling 20 tons of luggage she assumed was Andromeda's Muggle-born husband, Todd, or Terry, or something. Andy, Narcissa greeted evenly. Sissy, Andromeda replied. Narcissa looked over at her sister's husband who looked about ready to collapse. As amusing as watching him struggle is, why didn't you just cast a featherlight charm or a bottomless expansion on your luggage? Ted insists on doing as much as he can the Muggle way, Andromeda replied. Something about not becoming too dependent on magic. The two sisters stared each other down for several minutes before simultaneously breaking down in tears and hugging, completely oblivious to Ted who had finally succumbed to the weight of the luggage and had to be rescued from underneath it by the hotel staff. Amelia Bones was not happy, she was not happy in the least. Bad enough that she had to have her holidays interrupted, meaning she had less time to spend with her only surviving relative, but she also had to come into work on a case of illegal substance possession, something which often involved a lot of paperwork. Okay, so tell me exactly what it was you found, Amelia said to Senior Auror Heath Edwards. Well, it's like this, Madam Bones. We followed up on the tip that Molly Weasley was brewing illegal substances, so we go round to investigate. Lo, and behold, we find her in the process of dosing her own husband with desperation and apprehend her. We then ran an inspection of the kitchen which turned up about a crate load of the stuff. Amelia rubbed her temples and counted to 10. Desperation was one of the most illegal potions in the world. Its effects were similar to the Imperious Curse, except it left no outward sign like a glazed expression or memory loss. The potion was designed to allow the one who administers it to completely control the victim in such a way that it seems as though the victim were acting of his or her own accord. Have you gotten Molly Weasley's statement about why she made that horrible potion? Amelia asked. We tried, boss, but the woman keeps denying everything and accusing us of fabricating evidence. Dose her to the gills with veritaserum. I want answers. Right away, ma'am. Oh, and, Edwards. Yes, Madam Bones. Get me a sandwich. Christmas Day came once more, with gifts and love and joy galore. Once again it wiped the floor, with the other 364. Whoops, sorry, wrong story. Plus the narrator's contract says she is not allowed to burst into song at any point during the normal course of her duties. Anyway, Christmas Day had come again to Great Britain and a bunch of other irrelevant countries, but they are not important to the story right now, and everyone was getting into the spirit of the holiday. Well, almost everyone. Draco and Lucius spent their holiday at the mercy of their vindictive master. Even if Voldemort was only a pale shadow of his former self, he was still absolutely terrifying to them. Voldemort also had no tolerance for Christmas celebrations, though not even his most loyal followers knew it was because of his horrible and lonely childhood. The only time of the year that Voldemort hated more than Christmas was New Year's Eve, as it was his birthday and only served as a reminder of his miserable existence on the planet. Christmas cheer was also a bit strained at the Weasley household since Molly's arrest. When the news got back to them that Molly had made a confession under Veritaserum that she had been intending to use it to have Harry Potter fall in love with Jinny and that she had been about to use it to control Arthur, tensions in the Weasley home were running high. Arthur blamed himself at first for letting Molly do whatever she wanted just because he wanted peace in his house, but his eldest boys convinced him that it wasn't entirely his fault and that, considering her actions, Molly had probably been potioning him throughout their marriage. Ron and Jinny were griping up a storm about their mother being arrested, though Ron seemed more upset that he didn't have his mummy to cook his food and Jinny was distressed that she didn't have her mother to help her ensnare Harry. Both Charlie and Percy had invited their girlfriends over for Christmas, and luckily both Frida and Penelope were relatively decent cooks and volunteered to make the dinner as not one of the Weasley men knew anything about cooking. Though Fred and George were decent at potions and could have figured it out, no one trusted them anywhere near the food. Although everyone was sad to have lost a member of the family at Christmas, most of those present couldn't feel very sorry for Molly after what she had been planning to do. Back at the resort in France, the two Black sisters and Andromeda's husband were sitting down to dinner, though Ted kept scowling because of the neck brace he was wearing. Why didn't he ask for the Medowitch to magically fix his neck? Said Narcissa. Let's just say there's a reason why our Nymphadora is so stubborn, Andromeda replied. But it's just something I find adorable. Isn't that right, dear? She added, pinching her husband's cheek. I wish Lucius had had some redeeming qualities, said Narcissa regretfully. Unfortunately, the slimy bastard was only interested in one thing. Getting a male heir. After that, all I was good for was looking pretty at social functions. Oh, sissy, I am so sorry. Yes, I always wanted more children. Especially since I realized what a little shit my son Draco is. So I told Lucius, I'd better get more children if you ever want to touch this again. She indicated to her very appealing figure. But no, the bastard didn't want to run the risk of dividing up the family money between a bunch of heirs. And when you turned down his advances, he decided that if I wasn't going to put out, then he'd find someone who would for the right price. Oh, sissy, Andromeda gasped. You're lucky to have a man who loves you so much, Andy. I don't see Ted causing you any grief. Nope. He knows better than to step out of line. Isn't that right, dear? Ted mumbled something about crazy Black sisters. Other people's Christmases went much more simply. There were the usual heartwarming antics and general sweetness that are typical of these stories, and since we all know the route such things take, let us move on to one family's Christmas in particular. The Longbottom family had just settled down to their Christmas dinner. As had become a custom, 2 seats were left unoccupied in remembrance of Frank and Alice Longbottom. The fairly small Longbottom family was currently composed of only Neville, his grandmother, his spinster great-aunt Enid, a couple of cousins who were considerably older than him, and his grandmother's brother Algy. Let us raise our glasses in a toast, said Augusta Longbottom. To Frank and Alice, how we wish you could be here with us. It was at that precise moment that the doors to the dining room opened. A collective gasp swept through the room and Augusta dropped her wine glass in shock. Standing there in the doorway, accompanied by a representative from St. Mungo's, were Frank and Alice Longbottom, looking careworn but otherwise fine. Happy Christmas, everyone, what did we miss? Said Frank. In a flash of speed no one ever thought possible from the boy, Neville rushed from his seat and hugged his parents for the first time since he was an infant. Back at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat brooding. While Christmas normally warmed his heart, not counting last year when he'd been abducted by the Goblin Inquisition, this year he was in a foul mood that was second only to Voldemort's. Things had been bad enough for him in the past year and now Molly Weasley had been arrested. How was Harry going to trust the Weasleys now that it was known Molly had tried to potion him into falling for Ginevra? He knew that the goblins would figure out that the marriage contract he'd arranged wasn't worth the parchment it was written on, so forcing Harry into compliance with it was out of the question. None of the young ladies that Harry spent time around were good options to control the boy through. Miss Granger was Muggle-born, something that the old families would not accept in the lady of a most ancient and most noble house, and she had become far too independent and distrustful of authority figures lately, so she was right out. Miss Greengrass was from a Grey family that had never really trusted Dumbledore. Miss Lovegood was unpredictable and not entirely mentally stable, plus she and her father had been very clear in their dislike of Dumbledore. Miss Bones would have been a good candidate, half-blood but with an old family name, the orphaned daughter of two supporters of the light side. However, she and her aunt also did not trust Dumbledore ever since the incident with Snape. Miss Dunbar was also a half-blood, but had a Muggle family name, and she was in Gryffindor and clearly supported the light, although her pureblood relatives were somewhat dark, and, again, she did not seem to trust the great Albus Dumbledore. Lastly, there was Miss Davis, a pureblood, from an old family that firmly stood by the status quo. Walter Davis had been willing to lend his support to Dumbledore for the right price in the past. The man was terribly greedy for money and power. Marissa Davis Nayrol had once been a wild, free-spirited girl who had no intention of going through with an arranged marriage. That independent streak had been crushed when her parents forced her into marrying Walter. Marissa would be only too happy to see her daughter marry a young man who would love and respect her. Dumbledore had also heard recently that Walter Davis was planning to arrange a marriage between Tracy and young Gregory Goyle. That's when an idea hit the aged headmaster. A sinister grin spread across his face as a backup plan began to form in his mind. Dumbledore picked up some parchment and a quill and began to write. He had just finished writing his letter when an owl swooped in and dropped off one for him. Dumbledore picked up the message and read. His eyes widened when he saw that it was from his spy at St. Mungo's and what he had to say. Oh, this is so not good. Omake. The formation of the Ministry of Magic. Quiet, everyone. Order. Order. Lord Slattersthwaite shouted. Thank you. Welcome, my lords, my ladies. I am sure you all know why I summoned you here. Is it to discuss why Lord Potter chose not to sleep with my sister? Said Lord Licinius Lovegood. I told you, Licinius, it wouldn't be proper, Lord Junius Potter insisted. Of course, he did deeply regret not marrying the Lovegood girl when he had the chance. Every time he had to talk to his wife he was reminded of that mistake. No, that is not why we are here, said Slattersthwaite. We are here because the Crown has finally agreed to allow us self-governance and we need to establish an institution that will enable us to keep order. I say that the wealthy are obligated to govern over those of lesser standing, sneered Lord Hector Prince. Yeah, and what will you do, then? Chuckled Junius Potter, earning a scathing glare from Prince. Gentlemen, please, insisted Slattersthwaite. This is a very serious matter. Though I do believe Lord Prince has a point. The old magical families are entitled to recognition. Therefore, all those of most ancient and or most noble houses will have seats on a governing panel. We'll call it the Wizengamot. What? Said Junius Potter, puzzled. That sounds stupid. I refuse. Oh no you don't, said his father-in-law, Lord Gainsby. Unless you want me to dissolve your marriage to my daughter, you will take that honorable position. That is not such a bad idea, said Lord Lovegood. Then Junius can finally be with my sister. You have no idea how vexing it is to see her pout like she does whenever I have to tell her that Lord Potter won't be ravishing her. Lord Lovegood, is it really necessary to discuss your sister's personal life in this meeting? Said Lord Swindon. I am not sure. Junius, do you think it's necessary that I? No, said Lord Potter shortly. Then it's settled, said Slattersthwaite. We will all start the first session of the Wizengamot tomorrow morning and begin organizing our new government. I am sure our Ministry of Magic will be the finest center of magical government in the world. No nasty little, bribe-taking, power-abusing, all-around corrupt politicians for us. Lord Aquarius Black leaned over to whisper to Lord Potter. How long do you reckon it will last? He said quietly. 3 months, Junius replied. Care to make a counter-offer? 3 weeks. Aquarius Black won the bet. Longbottom Manor had once been a center of social interaction and the epitome of grandeur. The house had played host to gatherings that included witches and wizards of numerous degrees of wealth and circumstance, welcoming them each with equal dignity and friendship. Those days had waned since the last Lord Longbottom, Francis, better known as Frank, and his lovely wife Alice had been incapacitated by the Lestranges over a decade ago. The glory days of Longbottom Manor seemed to have passed into the foggy annals of history. That is, of course, until Christmas of 1994, when the disabled couple's young son Neville, the heir apparent to the House of Longbottom, discovered a cure for the damaged nerves in their brains. The manor seemed to be restored to life now that its lord and lady had returned. The dusty air that had settled in since their illness was lifted as the dull and dingy halls once more sparkled. While Frank and Alice had not fully recovered from spending the past 13 years in practically zombie-like states of severe neural damage, they were on the fast road to recovery thanks to their son's miraculous cure and were more than happy to attend the gala Neville had planned for the following evening. Longbottom Manor's ballroom was smaller than that of Potter Manor, but it was by far the more opulent one. The high windows were gilt with pure gold done in elaborate ribbons and spirals that a regular metalworker would give anything to possess the skills to recreate, while the ceiling was painted with a moving fresco of the heavens, complete with clouds, cherubs, angels, and songbirds. The ballroom had been the creation of Lady Alexis Longbottom back in the days when the Baroque style was taking root in the Muggle art world, with later additions made by her successors as the style had evolved to create a ballroom that would be the envy of Muggle royalty if they had known of its existence. That was where everyone had gathered that snowy evening, to celebrate the approaching new year and to give thanks for all the recent blessings the family had enjoyed. An orchestra played jaunty, classical music as the guests milled about, chatting, laughing, and swapping stories. Harry Potter entered the ballroom, accompanied by Sirius, Remus, and Bathsheba, and approached the reunited Longbottom family. "Happy Christmas, Neville," said Harry. The other boy pulled his friend into a hug. "Thanks, Harry," he said. "If it hadn't been for you, I don't think any of this would be possible. Come on, I want you to meet my parents." Frank and Alice smiled brightly as their son introduced them to his best friend, Harry Potter. Alice had hoped the two boys would be best friends, just as she and Lily had been, and it warmed her heart to know that her son and godson had been looking out for each other. Frank, however, had a far more serious matter on his mind. He didn't know if Harry knew yet, but Dumbledore could not be trusted. "Harry, I was wondering if I could have a word with you," he said. Harry nodded and followed Frank Longbottom over to a more private corner of the room. Frank put up a muffling charm so their conversation wouldn't be overheard. "Harry, as I've been incapacitated for about 13 years I haven't been able to warn you," he said softly. "I've learned some things about Dumbledore you might not like to hear. Can't be much worse than what I've experienced in the past few years and subsequently had printed in the media," Harry replied casually. Frank was shocked for a moment. He had expected the boy to have been brainwashed by Dumbledore. At least this made it a bit easier for him to tell Harry what he knew. "Harry, Dumbledore set me and my wife up to be attacked," Frank continued. "Dumbledore had sent our secret keeper out on a mission for the Order of the Phoenix, knowing he would be caught by Death Eaters. Alice and I had been trying to claim guardianship of you after your parents' deaths, and Dumbledore needed us out of the way. If I had to guess, I'd say he set you and your parents up, too." Harry felt a burning sensation behind his eyes. He'd known Dumbledore was a manipulative old bastard, but if he'd been responsible for Harry becoming an orphan in the first place. "Does this have something to do with the prophecy?" said Harry. Frank looked at Harry in surprise. "How did you know?" "Only myself, Alice, and your parents were told about that by Dumbledore. Let's just say I know things. That's the reason you all had to go into hiding. Dumbledore told you about the prophecy and that the one who could defeat Voldemort would be either me or Neville." "Yes. Dumbledore wanted to see which family Voldemort would go after, that's why he told us to choose secret keepers other than ourselves. I had suggested that Lily be our secret keeper and that I would be the Potter secret keeper, but Dumbledore shot the idea down. Now you know why. Don't worry, Mr. Longbottom, I am going to see Dumbledore out of Hogwarts by the end of the year. If you need any help, then Alice and I are at your service." The rest of the evening at Longbottom Manor was considerably more cheerful. Protocol had required Harry, as a currently unattached gentleman, to dance at least 5 dances with girls he wasn't at least acquainted with, Not that that stopped him from giving Hermione, Daphne, who had gotten a portkey from Greece to attend the party that evening, Tracy, Susan, Luna, and Faye their own turns to dance with him. Hermione and Luna sat at a side table together, watching Harry twirl Faye about the dance floor. "Show off," Hermione muttered bemusedly. "He really is clueless, isn't he?" said Luna. "Well, he is a boy. He needs 6 wives, and when 6 girls practically turn up on a silver platter, he makes nothing but friendly overtures. I don't recall being on a silver platter when I met Harry. I was speaking metaphorically, Luna. I just wish Harry would realize that we're more than willing to be his girlfriends." "I would have thought you'd be against polygamous relationships, Hermione," said Daphne, who had approached the table with Tracy at her side. "After all, I don't believe such a thing is legal in the non-magical community. Believe it or not, getting a better understanding of the magical world has made me more open-minded, Daph. Besides, we all know that none of us will settle for anyone other than Harry. And sharing is caring, after all," Luna chimed in. "I've already drawn up plans for the honeymoon." She removed a large binder from her considerably smaller purse and showed it to the other girls. "Well, Luna, this is certainly very," Hermione trailed off, her cheeks turning red. "Vivid," Tracy finished. "Then it's settled," said Luna. "We will work together to seduce Harry." Luna smiled brightly. It was so nice to have friends to share things, and Harry, with. She just wondered why her friends insisted on gaping every time she made a brilliant observation or expressed a point of profound insight. Amelia Bones was currently fast asleep at her desk, partly buried beneath a stack of papers. Not only did she have the usual amount of Christmas hijinks to deal with, there was also the Weasley situation which had been causing her a great deal of trouble. "Madam Bones." "What?" Amelia shouted, jolting awake and scattering papers everywhere. "Kingsley, how many times must I ask you to knock?" "Sorry, ma'am, but we got those answers out of Molly Weasley like you asked," said Kingsley. Amelia sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She then set her monocle back in place and gestured for the young Auror to continue. "Well, it turns out she's been planning for years to get Harry Potter to fall in love with her daughter and has been trying to dose the young man with love potions throughout the past couple years," he explained. "This also wasn't the first time she's used love potions, either. Turns out that, back when she was in Hogwarts, she used one to get Arthur Weasley's attention even when she knew he was going to ask out someone else. Since then, she has been continually giving him loyalty potions to make sure he wouldn't catch on to what she was doing." "Is there any indication why she did all this?" Amelia asked. "You probably don't remember this, boss, because you were only a first year at the time, but the Weasleys once had a considerable amount of money. From the records, when Septimus Weasley had married Cedrella Black, the family's fortunes had skyrocketed. Unfortunately, it seems Abraxas Malfoy found a way to trick the Weasleys out of their fortune shortly after Arthur Weasley had married Molly." Quote, "I see what's going on," said Amelia. "She couldn't inherit the Pruitt money because it is supposed to revert to the eldest male wizard with the last name of Pruitt, just like with the Black family. So she potioned Arthur to get his family's money, but that fell through because of the Malfoys, and so now she has her eyes on the Potter fortune." As she pieced it together, it all made sense. "But the ingredients for Didicchiopotentia are incredibly hard to come by," she continued. "To get them, she would need help from someone with influence enough to cut through the red tape. We tried to get it out of her, but it seems she was under an unbreakable vow which blocked the Veritaserum." They both exchanged a look that indicated they both knew exactly who would have helped Molly Weasley with her schemes. Unfortunately for them, without clear evidence, they couldn't convict Dumbledore no matter how obvious it was who was responsible. One of the downsides of the Ministry's new efficiency was that they couldn't just go around arresting anyone without evidence. "Well, Albus, I must say this sounds like a marvelous plan," said Walter Davis. "I am glad you think so, Walter. With your daughter as Lady Potter, we too will have unparalleled control of the magical world. What if the Potter boy doesn't comply? My daughter may be friends with him, but I doubt he would bend to her influence on every matter." "That shouldn't be too much of a problem," Dumbledore assured him. "The boy is destined to die by Voldemort's hand." He ignored the shiver of fear from Davis and continued. "As your daughter would be his widow, his fortunes and titles would default to her and any children of the Union. What about the other positions? Potter is required to have one wife for each of his 6 titles. It would be tricky to maneuver that, but the titles can be combined into one provided we get enough support from the Wizengamot. But only Potter can motion for that to happen, and I doubt he'd be willing to listen to us on a matter like that, especially since combining several family titles is not highly regarded in our society. The magical world will expect those 6 lines to continue from 6 different women, Albus. I think tradition can be overlooked in this situation, Walter. After all, think about it, your daughter will be in control of 6 of the most powerful magical lines in the world. Walter Davis smirked thoughtfully. Yes, he could overlook tradition if it meant he had direct influence over that much power and money. As head of the Davis family, any money or title that his daughter received would fall directly under his control as she was a woman. Tracy would be certain to cooperate in getting Potter's attention if the penalty for failure was for her to marry the Goyle heir. Sissy, it was absolutely marvelous seeing you again, Andromeda said as she hugged her little sister. And if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to contact us. Well, there is one thing, Narcissa replied. Does your husband Ted have any nice gentleman friends? I think it would really stick it to Lucius if he finds out he's been replaced by an attractive muggle born. Oh, Sissy, I love the devious way your mind works. Pity Bella didn't get Mother's common sense like we did. Ted stumbled into the lobby, dragging the luggage behind him. Ted darling, are you sure you want to keep hauling all that stuff on your own? Said Andromeda. I could easily put a featherlight charm on it. No, it's fine, I've got this, he insisted. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound. My back. I'll get some help, Andromeda said with a bemused sigh. She then waved over one of the resort workers. Mr. Manuel, could you escort my husband to the resort infirmary and send someone to carry our bags? Ah, si, senora, oui, madam, the obviously Spanish bellhop replied. Harry and the others were once again on the Hogwarts Express, headed back to school. Luna was currently reading out loud from the newest copy of the Quibbler. That killer blancmange is still on the loose, she said. Seems it ate Auror Dawlish last night. Harry grinned internally. Dawlish was one of the Aurors who had sold out Britain to help the Death Eaters. From what he could recall, he was the moron who tried to attack Neville's grandmother and got his ass handed to him. Luna continued through the magazine. Ooh, looks like Molly Weasley was arrested, she announced. Luna, you helped your dad print the Quibbler, why are you acting so surprised? Said Hermione. Because I want to know what it's like to read the stories for the first time even if I already know what happened in them. Hermione, you really need to learn not to gape at people. Well, I must say it was only a matter of time before Molly Weasley got arrested, said Susan. She's been messing with potions for years as it turns out and no one ever caught on. I remember the Weasleys came to Bones Manor for a party once and I was getting suspicious when she kept trying to push me to play with Ron. What happened? Said Faye. I saw her put something in the cup of punch she gave to me and dumped it when she wasn't looking. Unfortunately, Auntie wasn't able to prove the woman was trying anything because I had gotten rid of the evidence. How old were you when that happened? Said Neville. 9. Aunt Amelia was throwing a party for her coworkers and their families. So Molly Weasley was trying to find someone for Ronald even at that age. Said Harry with a note of disgust. Not hard to believe considering what a prick he was even back then. I think, matchmaker Molly, wanted to ensure her least likable son had a girlfriend before he even got to Hogwarts. Susan gave a shiver of revulsion at the thought that she might have ended up going out with Ron Weasley. They continued to talk for a while about the article. Tracy, you've been unusually quiet, is something wrong? Said Daphne. Tracy looked up when she heard her name. Everyone noticed she looked somewhat morose. My parents have decided to offer my betrothal contract to the Goyles, she said in a dead tone. Everyone gasped and Daphne pulled her best friend into a hug. They can't do that, Harry protested. Is there anything we can do to stop it? Not unless you fancy the idea of either killing Goyle or marrying me yourself. Well, I don't much care for the thought of killing Goyle, especially since he and Crabbe have cut ties with Malfoy. Tracy gave Harry an even look. Harry, I am willing to go through with the marriage contract because I'm your friend and not about to force you into marrying me, she said. What, are you saying you don't want to marry me? Harry joked. Tracy blushed and stammered. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, Dumbledore's been talking with my father lately. For all I know, they planned this so that I would try to get you to marry me to get out of the marriage agreement with the Goyles, allowing them to get access to you. As much as I would love to get out of that contract, I am not going to give into their schemes and help them get any control over you. Trace, don't worry, I won't let anything happen. Have the Goyles actually agreed to the contract yet? And no, not as far as I can tell. Harry smiled as a plan began to form in his head. What if the Goyles couldn't accept the betrothal contract because young Gregory wants to marry someone else? The others caught on to what Harry was saying. But, who on earth would be desperate enough to fall for Goyle? Said Faye. Millicent Bulstrode often felt she didn't have much to live for. 4 years at Hogwarts, and the only person who actually seemed even remotely interested in befriending her was Pansy Parkinson, and even then Millicent knew that it was just because Pansy needed her as a bodyguard. While Millicent was not exactly ugly, she lacked the pleasing form that most Bulstrode women had possessed in the past. Another point that had caused her to be somewhat outcast in Slytherin House was the fact that she was a half-blood. Her father had broken with centuries of tradition and married a Muggle-born woman, leading to a subsequent disownment from the family, though luckily they were still allowed to keep the Bulstrode name. Of course, Potter's recent changes to the school had allowed the young witch more opportunities to interact with others, as well as providing her with the chance to discover her love of Muggle sciences. She still felt outcast amongst the student body. So, when her roommates Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis turned up and tossed Gregory Goyle into her compartment, wishing her the best of luck, she wasn't about to turn down an opportunity. While she and Goyle were both in Slytherin, they hadn't exchanged more than 2 words with each other. However, now that she was sitting right across from him, with no one else around, she realized how easy it was to ask a very important question. Want to help me crush some rocks for a science project? Goyle went starry-eyed for a moment as a dopey grin spread over his face. Millicent Bulstrode. Hermione inquired of her friends as they all loaded into a thestral-drawn carriage. Why not? Said Daphne. They're both people of few words, they're both considered undateable, and they both like crushing things. Hermione rubbed her neck, remembering the incident in second year when Bulstrode had nearly strangled her. I'm just trying to get the awful images out of my head, said Harry. Bulstrode and Goyle going out. I would have suggested we set Goyle up on a date with Crabbe. I mean, at least those two are already friends. Oh, God, even worse images. Oh, Harry, whatever would we do without you? Said Faye. Probably suffer an extremely horrible demise at the hands of the Death Eaters, said Luna cheerily. Sounds about right, said Neville. When's our next board meeting? Said Harry. Tomorrow, said Hermione. The new sponge ink phones are ready to go on the market. All specially designed to circumvent wards that short-circuit regular electronics. Why didn't we just change the wards? Said Tracy. Trace, you clearly don't understand the workings of business, said Daphne fondly. Hey, I think I came up with a name for our new phones, said Neville. What do you all think of spell phones? Ooh, catchy, said Susan. Much better something like whiz phones or some other banal moniker. Yep, we're going to bring the magical world into the 20th, soon to be 21st, century, said Harry. What do you think should be our next project after spell phones? How about computers? Suggested Hermione. I thought those were just a fad. Harry, the concept of computers being a fad was funny in the early 90s. Now that it's 1995, well, it's just kind of pitiful. The feast that evening went as one would expect under the circumstances. Dumbledore stood up to make a speech and Harry's prearranged prank took effect. Dumbledore really should have been taking care to ensure nobody tampered with his lemo drops. After all, who knows what kind of unscrupulous individual could put a potion onto them that would cause Dumbledore to begin vomiting rainbows and glitter in the middle of his speech. All things considered, Harry was really showing considerable restraint towards the headmaster. Things could have gone much worse for him, you know. Ron had attempted to antagonize Harry during dinner as he seemed to have neglected to do so during the train ride. Ron's threats might have been more intimidating, though probably not, had he not been attempting to simultaneously eat 2 chicken drumsticks while he was ranting. Professor Babbling also happened to notice the disturbance and promptly award Ronald with detention. Harry had to repress a smug look of satisfaction when he saw Malfoy. The Own Ferret had clearly not had the nicest time spending Christmas with Voldemort. At least Draco could console himself with the thought that his father was at least still able to name him his heir, as Narcissa had chosen to divorce her husband rather than have the marriage annulled, meaning that Draco was not deemed a bastard by society, though everyone still thought of him as one. The students from the other schools had also returned, having been provided with transport home for the holidays. For the life of him, Harry couldn't understand why, in the original Triwizard Tournament, the foreign students were not allowed to return home for the holidays. He also wasn't exactly sure why they had all been made to remain at Hogwarts for most of the school year when there had been no obvious accommodations made for them missing out on their education. Well, a pleasant evening back at school now concluded, Harry and his closest comrades retired to the Founders' quarters. "It's good to be back," Harry muttered to himself. It wasn't long after returning to Hogwarts that the second task drew close. In the weeks leading up to the big event, Harry and his friends caused a bit more trouble for Dumbledore, planned some new campaigns for Splunge Enterprise, and even hosted a few festivities to help the foreign visitors and the Hogwarts residents socialize. All in all, it was what one would typically expect to happen in a much longer and more well-thought-out story than the one you are currently reading. Anyway, the day of the second task was almost there, and Dumbledore had yet to find suitable hostages for Ronald and Draco. Hermione had made it plainly clear she would not, under any circumstances, be Ron's hostage and threatened dire repercussions if she was forced into the position. Something similar was said by Draco's former associates in regards to being the young Slytherin's hostage. So far it seemed like there was absolutely no one Draco or Ronald cared about enough to rescue. In fact, the only thing that really seemed to matter to the young Malfoy was his hair care products, and all Ronald seemed interested in was food. Dumbledore gave a resigned sigh. At least the rules hadn't specified that the hostage had to be human, or animate in any kind of way. Then there was the simple fact that the two boys had both procrastinated on figuring out what the task was going to be. Well, since every other school head was giving their champion help, Dumbledore figured he may as well help his students. How hard could it be? Dumbledore thought aloud. Fawkes looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Some days, the Phoenix wondered why he still hung out with the old man. With a smirk to himself at his cunning brilliance, Draco Malfoy finished signing the letter to his father about the egg and the problem it was presenting to him. "Dear Father, after having gotten this golden egg from my fantastic display of magical prowess against the dragon, I have yet to discover what clue lies in it, as every time I try to open it there is a horrendous screeching sound. Make the problem go away. Sincerely, you beloved son." As soon as the owl reached Lucius, who was currently treating some sore spots on his body from overexposure to the cruciatus, the man gave out a belabored sigh. The form of the letter was all too familiar, as Draco often concluded his letters with, "Make the problem go away," or something to that effect. Lucius was not a stupid man, well, not in the sense of academia, and quickly deduced that the egg was likely a recording of mermaid voices. He wrote a reply to Draco, telling him that he should try to listen to the egg under the water. Dumbledore stared back at the red-haired teenager in front of him with a growing pain behind his eyes. Ron did not, in any way, seem concerned about the next task and had no plan whatsoever. It was bad enough that he just didn't know what the task would be, but to not have made any effort at all. "Mr. Weasley, you do realize that this task is very important. Yep. That your performance in the task is a reflection on the quality of the school. Then why have you not made any attempts to prepare for it? Because heroes like me can do anything just by winging it. Like when I beat the dragon in the first task, or when I defeated that basilisk in second year." Dumbledore felt a powerful urge to bang his head against the desk. He took a deep breath and slowly counted backwards from 10 in his head. He then plastered on his grandfatherly smile. "Ronald, seeing as you are such a wonderful champion, I will allow you the use of the prefect's bath." "Really? Gee, thanks, Professor. Yes, the password is, Pine Fresh. And, while you're there, you might want to bring your golden egg along with you. You know, make sure it's nice and clean." Okay. Best to submerge yourself under the water at the same time as the egg, too." "Okay. Professor." "Yes, Ronald. What does submerge mean?" Dumbledore didn't even try to resist as he collapsed, face down, on his desk and began to sob. He could only hope that Draco Malfoy wouldn't be so hard to explain things to. The halls of Hogwarts were dark and eerie as two boys snuck out of their dormitories, both headed towards the same place, each with a golden egg secured under one arm. Draco was the first to arrive, having received permission and the password from Dumbledore as well, and began to undress to take a bath in the luxurious prefect's bathroom. Smiling to himself, he relished the thought of when he would be able to use the facility as much as he wanted next year, certain in the knowledge that he would be made a prefect. No sooner had Draco started setting up a bath when Ron entered. "Oi, Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Ron snarled. "Dumbledore gave me special permission to use this bathroom." "Piss off, Weasel," Malfoy retorted. "I got permission, too, and I was here first." The two boys quickly got into an argument that escalated to a full-blown fight. As Ron lunged at Draco, he tripped over his bathrobe and instead collided with the bee, sending them both toppling to the floor. It was at this moment that Ning Myrtle emerged from the pipes to see what all the ruckus was about. As soon as she saw the compromising position the two boys were in, she darted back down the drain. By the following day, news of the alleged liaison between Ron and Draco would be all over the school. After shaking themselves from their momentary, shocked stupor, Ron and Draco began to fight and accidentally ended up falling into the large tub, inadvertently knocking one of the golden eggs in as well. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." The two resurfaced, sputtering and spitting out water as they tried to catch their breath. "Did you hear that, Weasel? The song thing?" "Yes, you moron. Yeah, I heard it. Sounds like a load of gibberish to me." Draco smacked Ron upside the head. "It means that they've taken something from each of us. Something we'd both really miss." Ron nodded blankly, not really understanding. "As I, through tremendous cunning and guile, have discovered the voices in the egg are that of mermaids, it would be only natural to assume the task will take place in the Black Lake. All we have to do is find a way to breathe underwater." "Yeah, you do that, Malfoy. As for me, I'm going to finish bathing and polishing my egg." It was the day of the second task. Everyone had settled into their seats as they awaited the arrival of the champions. Harry was yet again seated amongst his friends, this time in the front row. While Harry knew there would be nothing to see, as whoever planned this task was stupid enough not to realize that no one could actually see into the lake, he did want to be ready in case something should go wrong. After all, as the official owner of Hogwarts, it was Harry's responsibility to see that no lasting damage was done to anyone. Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur were the first of the champions to arrive, with Malfoy hastily following after them. Ron was nowhere to be seen yet. Fleur glanced over in Harry's direction and gave a flirtatious look, flipping a strand of her silvery hair over her shoulder. Harry gave no sign that he had noticed, though Daphne was now furiously glaring daggers at the French champion. It wasn't so much that she was jealous, not at all, she was perfectly happy to let Harry decide who he wanted to be with. The problem Daphne had was that the part Vila couldn't seem to take a hint. That was the difference between water and fire creatures. Fire-based creatures like Vila were accustomed to getting their own way and not allowing anyone to tell them no, whereas most water-based creatures like sea nymphs were willing to compromise, even though they had just as much power as Vila. After several minutes, Ron finally arrived, not at all concerned about the fact that he was late. Bagman pointed his wand at his throat, said, "Sonorous," and his voice boomed out across the dark water toward the stands. "Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3. As the other 3 champions dove into the water, Draco Malfoy withdrew the large packet of gillyweed that his father had sent him and swallowed it. Thinking himself brilliant for his idea, the own boy jumped into the water, only to realize that he had no idea how to swim. Despite the fact that he now had gills and could breathe underwater, Draco began to thrash about in the lake yelling, "Help! I can't swim. I'm drowning." Ron, on the other hand, hadn't bothered with any sort of magical substance or charm at all. It happened that Ronald had overheard a conversation between some Muggle-borns in Gryffindor about how Muggles breathe underwater and had decided to use something like that to show everyone how clever he was. And so, Ronald Weasley produced a snorkel and jumped into the lake. Now, snorkels are fine if you just want to look into water from the surface, they are certainly not suitable for going deep underwater. The crowd watched the display of the two champions with undisguised amusement until, after a few minutes, Fleur shot up from the depths, coughing up water and screaming something in French. As she reached shore, she frantically tried to explain something to Madame Maxime. Shortly afterwards, Cedric emerged with Justine, the latter of whom looking none too pleased about having been kept hostage at the bottom of the lake. They were quickly followed by Victor Crumb and Iris Moon. As the scores were tallied up by the judges, Harry realized that something was wrong. The merpeople hadn't brought up Fleur's sister and the young woman in question was becoming more hysterical. Daphne, who was sitting right behind Harry in the stands, suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Harry," she said breathlessly, "remember how I told you that water-based creatures have a feud with fire-based ones?" Harry met Daphne's eyes and the two came to a horrible realization. The merpeople weren't going to return the little girl. Without thinking twice, Harry leapt from his seat and sprinted to the water's edge, Daphne following close behind him. Harry used his metamorphagus abilities to form a set of gills on his throat and Daphne allowed her sea nymph form to take control as they both dove into the water. The two swam down into the murky depths of the Black Lake. Harry led Daphne to where he remembered the merpeople's village was. As they approached the place where Gabrielle Delacour was still held prisoner, several mermen guards accosted them. "You are not the champions," one said. "Leave at once. The contest is over," Daphne explained, her voice a rich lilting sound that echoed through the water. "Release the unclaimed hostage. The hostages for the two boys who did not even reach our village are being returned," explained the other guard. Strange that they needed a box filled with hair care products and another filled with chocolate frogs when the other champions had living hostages. "And the girl," Daphne continued. "Let her go. As a sea nymph, you of all people should know we don't take kindly to fire beings," said the chief of the merpeople who had since joined the gathering. "This creature must remain to suffer the fate of all fire beings who cross our path. She is an innocent." Daphne and the mer chief seemed to lock gazes. Harry, having lost his patience, removed his wand and pointed it at the rope holding Gabrielle and shouted, "Relatio," causing a bubble to come out of his mouth and sending the sensation of déjà vu through him. The guards began to advance on them, but Daphne floated at Harry's side. "This is the master of the territory on which your lake sits," she snapped. "Harm him and there will be dire consequences." The chief signaled the guards to stay back. "Wait," she said to them before returning her gaze to Daphne. "Remember, child of water, Vila are not to be trusted." "Well, it's a good thing she has human blood in her, too," Daphne retorted. The mer chief then looked at Harry. "Be good to this child of water," she said to him with a knowing smirk. Harry and Daphne worked together to pull the little girl back to the surface. Harry had always thought it strange that such a small girl would be so heavy in the water, but then, he remembered that Gabrielle was essentially petrified, making her stone-like, plus he had read that those of Vila heritage tend to have bad reactions with water. Finally, they broke the surface and made for shore, unaware of the joyous shouts from the crowd. As they walked up the shore, Fleur raced over to them and pulled her sister into a hug, both talking rapidly in French. Fleur then looked back at Harry and Daphne. Gone was the gold-digging flirt and the condescending Vila. Instead there was a young woman who was sincerely grateful that her sister had been returned safely. "You saved her," she said. "I am deeply sorry for my behavior towards you both. Thank you both." Here she gave both Harry and Daphne a grateful hug, after which she escorted her sister over to Madame Pomfrey. "Thanks, Daph," said Harry. Daphne gave Harry a gentle kiss on the cheek. "My pleasure," she replied. "Now, there's one thing left to do." Both shared a look that revealed they were both thinking the same thing. Dumbledore was really in for it. A young and very attractive owned woman dressed in a crisp, white dress suit that brought out the best aspects of her figure sat at her desk and tapped her fingers against her forehead, her eyes pinched closed in concentration as she tried to comprehend what the two men in front of her had just reported to her. "All right," she said at last. "Let me get this straight. The 6 girls Lord Potter needs to marry are right there waiting for him, all willing to share him, and he is completely oblivious to all of it. Yes, ma'am, said the taller of the 2 men. It seems young Lord Potter is either too noble or just a bit too naive to make romantic overtures to the young ladies. This is a nightmare, the woman said with a frustrated sigh. Can't you just soul bond them or something, ma'am? Said the shorter of the 2 men. The woman leveled a glare at him. What could possibly make you think that something as ridiculous as a soul bond exists, Terry? Nothing, it's just the only line I have in this whole fic. She immediately picked up a paperweight and chucked it at his head. No breaking the 4th wall. What do you want us to do, Shirley? Said the tall man. Never bring Terry in here again, said the woman. No, I mean about Lord Potter. Oh, that. Well, as I said, soul bonds do not exist. That's when a devious smirk spread over her face. But that's not to say there aren't other ways of helping to speed things up a bit. Now, Shirley, you know you're not allowed near the tapestry of fate again, not after what happened last time. One little mix-up and I never live it down. She threw her hands up into the air. 2 words, Shirley, 4th Crusade. It's not my fault. How was I supposed to know the Crusaders would ransack Constantinople? Shirley gave a huff and sat back in her chair, her arms folded. Besides, this is a totally different situation. I just need to twist things a tiny bit. As long as you're not interfering with free will or major events in history. Yes, I get the picture. Now get out of my office. Author's note. Sorry it's so short, but I was feeling rather rushed to get this done. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed this chapter. I'll try to update soon, at the very least it won't take as long as this update did. And now, here's an omake for Xandric the Beater who wanted the dirty fork skit. Omake set outside of the main story. The Golden Trio was sitting down to dinner in the Great Hall one evening. It had been a typical day, probably. Sometime during 6th year, as that was a largely pointless year, and they were enjoying themselves, chatting with some other students from Gryffindor, which was odd as the trio rarely socialized with anyone other than each other. That's when Hermione picked up her fork and realized that it hadn't been washed properly. Oh dear, are there any extra forks available? Mine's a bit dirty, she said. Suddenly, there was a pop, and a house elf appeared. Begging your pardon, miss, said the elf in its squeaky voice. But what was you saying about the fork? Oh, no, I've just got a bit of a dirty fork. I was just asking for another one. Oh, miss. Tizzy does apologize. No need to apologize. It doesn't worry me. Oh, no. Tizzy does apologize, miss. Tizzy will fetch head serving elf immediately. Oh, there's no need to do that, Hermione insisted. Oh, no, Tizzy is sure the head serving elf will want to apologize to use himself. Tizzy will fetch him at once. With that the elf popped away. Well, you certainly get good service around here, said Harry. Before Hermione could retort with some spiel about house elf rights, Tizzy the elf popped back in with another elf. The new elf was taller than the average house elf, with pointed ears and a serious expression. Excuse me, sirs and miss, said the head serving elf. The elf looked over at the fork beside Hermione's plate, his eyes widening, and turned sharply to Tizzy. It is filthy. Tizzy, find the elf that washed this fork and see they is given clothes immediately. Oh, no, please, Hermione said worriedly. No. Better still, we can't take any chances. See, the whole washing up staff is given clothes. No, look, I don't want to make any trouble, said Hermione. Please, miss, it is no trouble. It is quite right that yous should point these things out, the elf said brightly before rounding on Tizzy again. Tizzy, tell the head elf what has happened immediately. Tizzy popped away. Look, no, please, I don't want to cause any fuss, said Hermione desperately. Please, it is no fuss. We's simply wanting to make sure nothing interferes with your complete enjoyment of the meal. Oh, I'm sure it won't, it was only a dirty fork. I knows, said the elf solemnly. And I's sorry. Bitterly sorry. But I knows that no apology I can make can alter the fact that, in Hogwarts school, yous has been given a dirty, filthy, smelly piece of cutlery. It's not smelly. It is smelly. And obscene and disgusting. I hates it. There was another pop, and a new elf appeared. That will do, Gilly, said the new elf. You can go now. The ranting elf disappeared with a furious pop. Good evening sirs and miss, I is the head elf of Hogwarts. I has only just heard. May I? Hermione scooted over, allowing the elf to stand on the bench. I would like to apologize humbly, deeply, and sincerely about the fork. Oh, really, it's only a tiny bit of dirt, said Hermione. You couldn't see it. Oh, you's is very kind, fine lady to be saying so, miss. But I can seize it. To me, it's like a mountain, a vast bowl of puss. It's not as bad as that. The elf then clutched his chest. Oh, it gets me here. I can't make any excuses to use, there are no excuses. I has been meaning to spend more time in the kitchens recently, but I hasn't been too well. Things hasn't been going very well back there. Several of the cooking elves has been given clothes, and some of the older elves is that is washing up can hardly moves their poor, old fingers, and then there's Gilly's war wound. But they's good elveses, and they's kind elveses. And together we was beginning to get over this dark patch. There was light at the end of the tunnel. Here he picked up the fork. When this, when this happened, the head elf collapsed in sobs on the table and Hermione exchanged an awkward glance with Harry and Ron. Can we get you some water? Said Harry. As the end of the road, the elf continued to wail. There was another pop, and one of the cook elves appeared. She took a look at the sobbing head elf and glared at the trio. Yous bastards, she shouted. Yous vicious, heartless bastards. Look what yous done to hims. He's worked his fingers to the bone to make this place what it is, and you come in with your petty feeble quibblings and you grind him into the dirt. Oh, it makes me mad. Mad. The elf slammed a meat cleaver into the table and Gilly the elf reappeared. Easy, Mungo, easy, he said. Mungo, ah, the war wound. The wound, the wound, Mungo cried. As the end, the head elf declared. Ah, they's destroyed him. The end. The head elf seized up the fork and stabbed himself in the stomach with it. He's dead. They's killed him, Mungo shouted, grabbing the cleaver. Revenge, revenge. Gilly snapped to attention and grabbed Mungo. No, Mungo, never kill a student. Ah, the war wound. The wound, the wound. Mungo made to lunge for Hermione. Revenge. Luckily, Tizzy reappeared and tackled Mungo to the ground. And now, the punchline. It's a good thing you didn't say anything about that dirty knife, Hermione, said Ron. Harry was sitting in Dumbledore's office, his feet propped up on the man's desk as he sat in the guest seat and smirked in that. You're so far up the creek without a paddle you're about to go over the freaking waterfall, kind of way as he watched old Dumbles getting verbally lashed into by Amelia Bones. The day was markedly improving from the events of several hours previous, and it was certainly lucky that no harm had come to either the Beauxbatons, Champion or her little sister, otherwise Dumbledore would already be in a holding cell at the Ministry for his gross negligence. I assure you, Madam Bones, I had no idea. Bullshit. Amelia snapped. You should have damn well made it your job to check what ramifications each task would have on the champions. It should have been plainly obvious that a girl of Vila heritage would already have an unfair disadvantage in a water-based event, to say the least of the fact that water and fire beings have a well-known feud. I'm up to my neck in work as it is without you adding even more to the list, and much of what I already have to deal with I am fairly sure you had something to do with. I warn you, Dumbledore, one more incident like this will see me hauling you to the holding cells. Madam Bones, if I may. Harry interjected and Amelia nodded for him to go ahead. Headmaster Dumbledore, I must add my own 2 nuts to the conversation. If, as Madam Bones has already stated, another occurrence of this nature should arise, I would have no choice but to see you removed as headmaster of this school. But, Harry, you can't do that. Dumbledore exclaimed. Harry shot him with a piercing glare. I think you'll find that, as the legitimate owner of this school, I am well within my rights to remove someone I see as a danger to the students. You have already shown, time and again, that you do not keep the well-being of the children in your care as a priority. If I may be perfectly honest, the only reason why I haven't booted you out yet is because I know there are still those people out there who are foolish enough to still have trust in you and will likely do what they can to keep you from being convicted. I warn you now, though, that if something like this happens again then I will use whatever method I have to in order to ensure you are no longer a danger to either the students of Hogwarts or the public at large. Harry stood up from his seat. Good day, Madam Bones. He then turned to glare at Dumbledore. I give you no such good wishes, Headmaster. With that, he departed to rejoin his friends at dinner. Harry had already told the others to go in while he and Amelia had their talk with Dumbledore. The group of friends had just entered the Great Hall to wait for their unofficial leader, when Gregory Goyle approached the entourage, looking more serious and thoughtful than anyone had ever seen him. He stopped in front of Tracy and gave a polite and respectful bow. "Miss Davis," he greeted in as dignified a voice as someone of his mental capabilities was able, "as I am sure you are aware, my family has received a betrothal offer from yours. However, I must regretfully decline the generous offer, and I have already informed my parents that I shall not agree to any such contract, as I have already found a more suitable prospect. I wish you all the best and intend no slight to you or the House of Davis. Good day." He gave a final bow and then retreated to Slytherin table, taking his place between Millicent Bulstrode and Vincent Crabbe. "Wow, I don't think I've ever heard either of Malfoy's former bookends say so much in one sitting," Daphne said. Tracy's face had broken into a wide grin. As soon as Harry walked through the doors, Tracy pounced on him, pulling him into a strong hug. "Thank you," she whispered. You're welcome," Harry said, not realizing what had just happened. Meanwhile, deep in the bowels of the Ministry of Death, Shirley was standing in front of a large, ethereal blue substance that floated in a large taper from floor to a ceiling that was so high it could not be seen. In her hands, she held two crystal-like objects that closely resembled a set of thin knitting needles. The blue substance was known as the Tapestry of Fate, and it possessed within it the very nature of time and space. The objects in Shirley's hands were the Time Weavers, a set of instruments used by the Fates to determine the progression of human events. "Let's see, how does this go again?" Shirley thought aloud. "Was it right, Pearl 2, insert the weft through the, damn it, now I know why Mum said learning to knit was an important unlife skill. Need some help," said 3 monotone voices. Shirley whipped around to see 3 very familiar female figures. "Oh, hi, Chloe, sis, Addie, how are you doing?" Shirley said sheepishly. "I was just." "We know," said Clotho. "We know everything," Lachesis added. "We also know that if you move that next strand of the tapestry, then you will unleash a horrific plague of nightmarish proportions upon the earth," Atropos concluded. Shirley looked at the Time Weavers as if they were a bomb about to go off. Suddenly, Atropos shoved Shirley out of the way and snatched back the Time Weavers. "For an angel of the Maud, you really can be quite thick, you know that, right?" said Clotho. "We know the Potter youth isn't making much progress with his future wives," said Lachesis. "And if you had simply asked for our help, we would not have been averse to assisting you," said Atropos. "Kindly remember that we know everything that is, was, might be, should be, can be, and will be. Now get out of our tapestry room." Shirley hightailed it out of there as fast as she could. "Hey, Maud agents," Clotho scoffed. "No matter how many times you tell them you can do your job, they have to get everything done their way. At least they did right with young Mr. Potter," said Lachesis. "But they should know that we've got everything under control now. Shall we pick up where Shirley was going to badly fail?" said Atropos. "I think so," said Clotho. "The horrific plague can wait a few more millennia." Together, the 3 infamous Sisters of Fate set to work. Ordinarily, they just tried to let the universe work itself out and leave humans to their free will. Despite their name, the sisters preferred to leave fate open to possibilities, lest they become liable for all the horrific things that befell humanity. Hey, it wasn't their fault that there were deranged psychos like Voldemort and Grindelwald who launched genocides against otherwise peaceful groups of people. That was just humans screwing themselves over because of their own prejudices and lack of compassion. While the Fates often had a reputation for disregarding the feelings of others and were regarded in much the same light as Dumbledore as being manipulative, they were simply keepers of destiny and had little to no actual ability to influence events. At least they had enough free rein to do things like help Mr. Potter with his wives situation. Arthur Weasley rose from his seat to answer a knock at the door. He'd been mulling over the events of the past few months and was wondering just what he should do. His wife, a woman he'd been with for years, had been using him and had been ready to exploit Harry Potter just for the sake of money. He remembered going to the trial and seeing her in the interrogation chair. It was like he was seeing her for the first time for what she truly was, and it made his stomach turn. Molly had been the reason why he had stood up Abigail Martin back at Hogwarts when he had been mustering up the courage for ages to finally ask the pretty muggle-born girl out. At the time, Arthur had simply thought it was his teenage hormones messing him up, but now that he knew the truth, it was crushing that a possible happy relationship had been denied him because love potion Molly wanted things her own way. The knocking became slightly more insistent. "I'm coming," Arthur called out. With a somber sigh, he opened the door. "Hello, Arthur." Arthur was taken aback for a moment as he took in the sight of the woman standing at his front door. She was just a few inches shorter than he, with long, light brown hair and dark blue eyes. Her soft, round features, though clearly marked by the effects of middle age, were warm and kind. It took him a moment, but he quickly recognized her. "Abigail," he replied. What a stroke of coincidence, as he had just been thinking about her. If this were a story, Arthur thought, it would have been incredibly plot convenient. "I'm afraid I don't have much time to chat, but I wanted to drop by and say hello to an old school friend who I will soon be working with at the Ministry," Abigail said. "At the Ministry? Working together?" Arthur fumbled. "Yes, I was just giving a post in Muggle Relations as a consultant. It's the strangest thing. I had tried to get a job there years ago, but they turned me down because I didn't have the right connections, but some changes have been going on and now the Ministry's more open to people of non-magical backgrounds like me." Arthur smiled internally. He knew that Harry had been using his power in the Wizengamot to push for government reforms. His department had already been undergoing expansion and a bit of a rise in the budget. "Abigail, would you care to come in for a cup of tea? I'd love to hear about what you've been up to since Hogwarts." "Won't your wife mind?" Abigail asked. "Last I'd heard you were married to Molly Pruitt." "You mean you haven't heard about the love potion scandal Molly's gotten involved in?" "Arthur, I'm afraid I haven't heard much in terms of current events in the magical world." "Well, I suppose you could say I'm about to go through a divorce. How about we have that tea and I can tell you about it?" Abigail gave a friendly smile and followed him into the kitchen. It was late in the evening and the 6 girls who were closest with Harry were sitting in the living area of the Founders' quarters. Luna was grinning brightly as she pretended to be studying from a book on biology. She knew something was going to happen very soon. Being directly linked to the fates had its benefits. "Ladies, I do believe we have an opportunity open to us," she said suddenly. "What is it, Luna?" said Hermione. "What if I was to tell you that the fates were about grant us our memories of the dystopian future that Harry came back in time from?" "What is she talking about?" Susan started, only to be cut off as memories of a future that now no longer existed flooded her brain. The other girls all had similar looks of shock as they, too, began to see everything that happened in the other future. Hermione's eyes were wide as she remembered following Harry on the quest for the Horcruxes, getting tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange, and watching as Harry finally took down Voldemort. It was one thing to hear the events told to her by Harry, it was another to see them for herself. As she saw the years that followed the battle, less clear than the memories of the war itself, she saw the miserable life she had being married to Ron Weasley. Ron was always putting down her achievements at the Ministry just as he had to her academic endeavors. She saw long nights of fighting and of trying to convince Ron to go with her to a marriage counselor, but he was as stubborn and hot-headed as always. The more she saw, the angrier she became with the little prick. It was even worse than Harry had described that fateful Christmas that he told her, Neville, and Luna about being from the future. Susan remembered how her Aunt Amelia had been murdered so suddenly by the Death Eaters and Voldemort. She was alone in the world. Her parents, her Uncle Edgar and his family, and finally her Aunt Amelia had all been ripped away from her, all because they didn't support a monstrous regime. Susan herself had been badly injured in the final battle, but she eventually recovered and became Harry's partner in the Auror Corps. She remembered how she had had to intervene when Jinny had begun to stalk Harry after the couple's divorce and how Jinny had put her in St. Mungo's for a month during a particularly bad confrontation. Tracy shuddered as she saw her alternate future unfold. Without Harry to help her, the marriage contract with the Goyles had gone through. Tracy was one of a handful of Slytherins who chose to fight against the Death Eaters in the final battle, along with Daphne, Astoria, Blaise Zabini, and Theo Knott. Tracy had fought with everything she had because, with that marriage contract hanging over her head, she felt she had nothing to lose. The last thing she saw of her alternate future was a bright green flash from a Death Eater she recognized as Yaxley as his mask had fallen off in the fight. Daphne's alternate future wasn't as bad. She'd survived the battle but had married Blaise Zabini simply to save herself from a debt the Greengrass family owed the Malfoys who'd escaped justice once again. It wasn't that Blaise was a bad husband or that he mistreated her, it was just that once they were all older it became clear that Blaise was actually in love with Astoria, who'd fallen prey to Draco Malfoy calling in the dead and demanding one of the Greengrass sisters as a wife. Daphne had only married because she wanted to ensure Malfoy couldn't get his hands on the Greengrass fortune, as Draco had squandered his own. There had been nothing Daphne could do and both she and Astoria spent the rest of their lives in marriages they didn't want. So, it was still pretty bad. Faye's future had been bright at the beginning. Faye had gone back to Hogwarts simply to help protect her friends and fellow students. Like Neville, she had stood up against the Carrows and had gotten badly beaten up for it. After helping the DA fight the Death Eaters, her family was still safe thanks to her mother taking the rest of them into hiding. Faye had then gone on to join the Holyhead Harpies as a beater, where she had the unfortunate bad luck to have to work alongside Ginny Weasley. Faye and Harry became friends when Harry had stopped by to see the practices. Ginny hadn't liked that and had threatened Faye to keep away from Harry. Faye had ended up drinking regularly in order to help her nerves, which were constantly frayed because she had to work with Ginny. Her life came to an abrupt end when she had gotten into a shouting match with Ginny and suddenly found herself falling over the railing at the Quidditch stadium. While the memory was hazy, because she had been a bit tipsy at the time, she did know she hadn't fallen by accident. Luna was the only one of the six who had already known what her future was to have been had Harry not come back in time. She would have gone on to marry Rolf Scamander, a nice boy but one who hadn't bothered to say anything to her while at school and who didn't really understand her eccentricities and felt she needed help for it. It wasn't a bad life, it just wasn't as fulfilling as Luna would have wanted. It really is a good thing Harry came back in time, then, isn't it? Luna said aloud. Oh my God, Faye exclaimed. It could have been worse. How could it have been worse? Susan demanded. Well, you could have been killed in a cheese cauldron explosion, said Luna. Or you could have been caught in the middle of the Great Owl Uprising. Do we even want to know what you're talking about, Luna? Said Hermione. Probably not. Some things are best left secret. Harry was a bit confused by the request to meet with the girls alone in the room of requirements. They had said it was something quite important. Harry knew he could trust the girls with his life, but why did they want to meet with him, alone, at this time of evening? They'd assured him it wasn't something to do with Dumbledore's meddling or the Triwizard. Harry, despite all the crazy and improbable things that had happened to him over the last year and a half, was still very much the awkward young man he'd always been deep down. No matter how confident he seemed to his friends and the public, he was still burdened with the memories of what he'd seen, both in the old timeline and the memories of the future the Ministry of Death had given him. Handling Voldemort, the Death Eaters, Dumbledore, and the backwards magical society he could deal with, the fact that he had to find 6 wives and had 6 very attractive close female friends didn't seem to quite connect within the parts of the male brain that Harry, like so many males before him, was inherently kept clueless by when it came to matters of the female say. The matter, however, would soon be solved as he knocked on the door to the room of requirements. The door immediately opened and Harry found himself seized by the front of his robes and yanked inside the room, the door closing behind him with an ominous bang. No one would ever know what exactly happened or what was said, perhaps some teary declarations of love after the revelation of the girls' attainment of their memories of the alternate future. All anyone could say for certain is that Harry left the room of requirements several hours later, his robes disheveled, his face covered in key marks, and a big grin on his face as he escorted his 6 mutual girlfriends back to the Founders' quarters. Somehow, some way, the 6 girls had come to an understanding about a joint relationship with Harry. Hermione's planning skills came in handy when she organized everything so that, as long as Harry was willing to agree, they would all date him at the same time, with the caveat that no girl would be given primacy over the others and that it would be a relationship of equals. As the girls were already very close friends by that point, and because they all knew how important it was for Harry to at least have a girlfriend for each of his 6 principal titles, the minor houses of Evans and Floris not meriting the need for any more women to get involved, the matter simply required the consent of the young man in question, as the girls had agreed that they would not force Harry into anything but merely wanted to offer the plan as the best option on the board at present. Considering Harry's status after leaving the room of requirements that evening, it was fairly safe to assume the plan was met with a positive reaction. Harry and the girls decided that, for the time being, only their closest friends would know about their relationship. They would take that time to arrange for Harry to go on separate dates with each of them, in order to test the waters as it were. Hermione's impeccable planning skills were once more put to use as the girls decided amongst themselves whose turn would come when. They agreed that, by the end of the year, they would make the relationship publicly known. Well, sure enough, the day of the final task was about to arrive. Harry suspected that somehow Voldemort would find a way to get him to the graveyard. Harry wondered just what effect the changes he'd made to the bones engraved of Voldemort's Muggle father would have on the ritual. Harry didn't know it yet, but the switch he'd made, combined with his metamorphagus abilities, would prove to be either the inspiration of a divine superpower or a completely fortuitous series of coincidences that just happened to be useful in the long run. When Harry was involved, one could never be too certain. Draco looked over the instructions he'd received from the Dark Lord once more as he carefully tucked the package he'd received within his robes. The Dark Lord had been most insistent that Potter be in that graveyard for the ritual. Draco knew he had to get this mission right or suffer his master's displeasure. That was why, a month earlier, he had started brewing a potion that was supposed to grant you good luck. It was called Felix something. Draco hadn't bothered to memorize the name. He was certain that, considering his outstanding grades in potions before that mudblood Professor Preston showed up honestly, the man had the nerve to mark Draco's last assignment as AT, that he was more than capable of brewing a simple little luck potion. Draco was certainly showing Professor Preston who the competent brewer was by cutting back the usual 6 months to a year generally required for making the potion to just 1 month, as well as ignoring some of the guidelines Draco found too complicated to follow. Unfortunately for Draco, karma has a way of taking advantage of idiots. Ron smiled proudly as he made his way into the chamber where the champions were being greeted by their families. He noticed for a moment that Malfoy was absent, but shrugged it off and thanked his luck. One less champion meant more praise for him. Ron was greeted by his father and his 3 eldest brothers, all of whom were giving him nervous looks as though they feared the worst. "Well, Ron, how are you feeling?" said Arthur Weasley. "I'm feeling great, Dad. After how masterfully I handled the last 2 tasks, this one should be easy." Ron replied proudly. Percy rested his face in his palm and started going over the numbers for the account he was presently working on in his head. Charlie pinched the bridge of his nose and kept having to remind himself that he could be comforted by the fact that his girlfriend was waiting for him out in the stands. Red had been sent a missive by Lord Potter requesting her presence for something expected to happen after the 3rd task. Bill just shifted awkwardly and kept looking over his brother at the beautiful French champion. Bill managed to attract Fleur's attention and, after they both seemed to indicate a mutual interest, they had a silent conversation, Fleur glancing at his younger brother and then giving him a look that basically said, "Please tell me you're not related to him." Bill responded with his own look of, "Sadly yes, but I'm still a fairly decent human being who won't act like a Burke to you." Fleur gave him a sympathetic expression and nodded, showing she would be interested in giving him a chance. "I just wish Mum was here to see me in my moment of glory," Ron continued. "When's she coming home, Dad?" Ron, maybe now's not the best time," said Arthur Weasley. "Why not?" "Well, Ron, you know your mother was arrested for breaking the new anti-love potion laws, and that one of her victims was me." Ron nodded along, not really understanding what his father was getting at. "Well, the thing is, how about we talk about this after the task, all right, son?" I guess so, Dad." "Champions," said Ludo Bagman excitedly. "Time to take your places." "Ooh, I'd better get going." "Good luck, Ron," his brothers all said together, though with a clear note of skepticism. Bill, Charlie, and Percy all looked awkwardly at each other, realizing they'd all had the same premonition of doom. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin," Ludo Bagman announced. In first place, Harry disengaged from the ramblings of the former Quidditch star turned ministry flunky. His attention had shifted to Malfoy, who was currently shooting him looks that Harry didn't care for. Harry had a strange feeling that Malfoy was up to something and knew it had to do with getting Harry to the graveyard. Oh well, Harry sighed internally, if it wasn't one thing it was another. On my whistle, Cedric Diggory will be the first to enter, followed by. I am definitely going to appreciate the after-party we arranged once this nonsense is over, Harry muttered to his girlfriends. Knowing your habit of getting into trouble, we'll all need a diversion from whatever happens, said Hermione. What makes you think something's going to happen? Said Tracy. 4th year in the old timeline. Besides, this is Harry we're talking about. I see your point. Hey, I'm not that bad, Harry protested weakly. Yes you are, his 6 ladies retorted, causing him to give a fake pout. The first whistle sounded and Cedric Diggory entered the maze, followed soon afterwards by the other champions. Ron and Draco were the last to enter and all there was left to do was wait and stare at the hedges. Seriously, Harry thought, who was the idiot who planned this? Ron was running helter-skelter through the maze, having no clue where he was going. He'd been so certain of his victory, and these stupid hedges were getting in his way. It was eerie and dark and he hadn't eaten in over an hour. Damn it, why'd they have to think up something so stupid? He grumbled. Bet all the other champions are having even more trouble, considering they're not as smart as me. He took a step forward and immediately found himself caught in a yellow mist that flipped him upside down. Ron flailed and struggled, trying to free himself from the strange enchantment. He figured he'd better cast a spell or something, only to discover he'd dropped his wand. Ha, the blood traitor caught. Came the familiar, sneering voice of Draco Malfoy. Seems I might not need this luck potion I whipped up. Well, I'll soon get Potter here and complete my mission for the Dark Lord. Even if the stupid Scarhead hates you, Weasel, there's no way he'd leave you to die. He should be getting my message about now. Harry looked up when Malfoy's eagle owl swooped over and dropped a letter into his hands. Opening it with a sense of resignation, Harry read the threat. Dear Scarhead, I've captured the red-headed weasel and will be ending his pathetic existence if you don't get here in 5 minutes. I guess I'd better go stop him, Harry said. Must you? Said Daphne. You could just leave him there and hand the letter over to the authorities. I had a feeling this day was coming. But, you all could let Madame Bones and the Aurors know and give them the letter. I have a feeling I know what's going to happen. Some points in history just can't be averted. Besides, I've got a plan. The girls exchanged looks. While they trusted Harry and knew he wouldn't deliberately cause any harm or danger to himself or others, walking into Draco's rather poorly planned trap to get him to Voldemort's rebirth ritual didn't seem like a very good idea. However, they allowed Harry to head off towards the maze before they went straight to the Aurors. After all, they knew Voldemort had to be brought back into some sort of physical form before he could finally be defeated. They just hoped Harry knew what he was doing. Harry quickly located Malfoy and the captured Ron Weasley, who was still hanging upside down in midair. Ha! At last I've got you, Scarhead. Malfoy exclaimed. Can we get this over with? Said Harry. I've got 6 very attractive witches waiting for me back at the stands. Oh, believe me, Potter, it will all be over soon. Malfoy gave a smarmy grin. But first, I want payback for how you've humiliated me. Harry was surprised when Draco lunged at him, not expecting the arrogant Ponce to fight in a way that didn't involve hexing someone when their back was turned. Harry, however, simply shot out a hand and held Draco off at arm's length until the boy backed up. Wait, I wasn't ready. Draco insisted. I forgot my secret weapon. Draco pulled out a small bottle of what looked like a gloopy bit of muck. When he unstoppered it, though, a curious thing happened. In the slight tussle between the two youths, a stray hair of Harry's had fallen onto Draco's sleeve. In a sheer bit of coincidence, that same hair came loose as soon as Draco opened up the bottle of potion, promptly falling inside. The potion suddenly glowed a bright gold. Aha! My liquid luck potion works. Draco then tipped the potion back in one swallow. Harry stared blankly. He knew Felix Felicis didn't go from grayish goop to shining gold like that. It quickly dawned on Harry that, somehow, Draco had gotten the recipe mixed up. Draco had just drunk polyjuice that, considering its color, Harry was certain was for his own identity. Harry was quickly proven correct when Malfoy's form shifted to that of Harry's. I suppose I shouldn't rough you up too much, Potter. The Dark Lord needs you in one piece. Draco clearly hadn't realized he'd changed shape. The Git must have misunderstood the feelings associated with the transformation. Harry just sighed and slowly shook his head. Fine, Malfoy, do your worst. Draco grinned and lunged at Harry, this time holding up some random object that Harry assumed was the portkey to the graveyard. Harry was proven correct once again when he felt the hook-like sensation behind his navel and soon landed with a thump on a familiar stretch of ground. Malfoy was just standing up to dust himself off when Harry shot a body bind and silencing hex at him. Harry quickly stood and morphed into Malfoy's form. Just in time as Lucius suddenly appeared, holding the evil-looking bundle that was Voldemort's current, baby-like form. Harry noticed that Nagini was nowhere to be seen, clearly because Wormtail hadn't been around. Ah, Draco, well done, Lucius said. You actually did something right. Harry just gave his best Draco impersonation and grinned smugly. Lucius, tie Potter to the headstone. Voldemort hissed. On the ground, the real Draco struggled in vain, trying to tell them that he wasn't Harry Potter. Harry didn't feel the least bit guilty about watching Draco be tied up to the headstone, nor when his blood was taken for the ritual. Harry had to fight back a maniacal grin when Lucius levitated a bone from the grave of Voldemort's father into the cauldron, remembering what he'd replaced the real bones with. The cauldron frothed and bubbled, before a curious bout of red lights started shooting out of it. The cauldron then rumbled and melted. And in the midst of a cloud of black smoke, a dark mass huddled. It is complete. I am restored. I am. Voldemort suddenly stopped in the middle of his exclamations. Instead of returning to his full, snake-human hybrid form, Voldemort had been transformed into some strange, red-eyed, wombat. Lucius, what's happened to me? I don't know, my lord, Lucius stammered, wincing in pain at the stump where his hand had once been. Something must have gone wrong. But, how? It was at that moment that the real Draco transformed back. The evil man and the wombat both stared at Draco, then over at Harry who slowly morphed back to his true form, a smug smile on his face. See you around, Voldy, Lucy, Harry said genially, before grabbing Draco by the shoulder and summoning the portkey which transported them back to Hogwarts. Voldemort let out a high-pitched and very unintimidating scream of rage. Harry immediately found himself swept into a group hug by his worried girlfriends. Draco was still thrashing about in a body bind, silently screaming his head off. Mr. Potter, what happened? Amelia Bones asked as soon as she and the other adults approached. I think we would all like to know that, Dumbledore added. You want to know what happened? Harry said evenly. Malfoy here had the brilliant idea of attempting to kidnap me. Incidentally, you might want to go and find Ronald Weasley. I imagine he's still caught in the yellow mist obstacle. Harry saw one of the professors head off towards the maze. I think this would be a conversation better given in private, Harry continued. Madam Bones, Minister Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore, the last he said with a note of annoyance. If you would all follow me, these lovely ladies here, and my close friend and ally, Neville Longbottom, up to the headmaster's office. I suggest you also bring a few orders. Also, Miss Bailey, if you could join us. I also recommend getting Malfoy to the hospital wing, preferably tied up so he can't make an escape after what's gone on this evening. Malfoy was levitated away by Madame Pomfrey while Harry and the group made their way up to the headmaster's office. Once there, everyone took their seats and Harry launched into his story. He told them more or less everything, except the part about knowing it was Voldemort who was behind it all until the ritual actually started. Morphing into Draco's form was excused away by Harry's insistence that, considering Harry himself was the target, it would be safer to look like the one responsible for the kidnapping, as Draco had somehow taken some sort of polyjuice potion to look like Harry, clearly without realizing his mistake. Harry also insisted that he would not have allowed Draco to come to any real harm, as he was still technically a Hogwarts student, but one who should be brought in for questioning by the authorities. When Harry got to the part about Voldemort's resurrection, Minister Fudge looked about ready to wet his pants. But that's not possible. I mean, you know who is dead. Yes, Minister, said Harry. Well, virtually, Minister. He's not completely dead. No, he's not completely dead, Minister, but he's not at all well. Seems he's had a strange reaction to the ritual and his new form is not quite as intimidating as it might otherwise have been. What do you mean? Well, how do I put this? Something must have gone wrong because, well, Voldemort has somehow become a human wombat hybrid. Everyone just stared at Harry. I know, it sounds strange, but what do you expect with magic? So, you know who is back? Fudge said with a trembling voice, not wanting to believe it. I'm afraid so, Minister. Mostly because the headmaster here couldn't be bothered to share the information he had. I beg your pardon, Harry. Dumbledore exclaimed. Professor, did you or did you not inform the Ministry when Voldemort's wraith had apparently been possessing Professor Quirrell during my first year, at the same time that you decided to hide the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts, knowing full well the danger it would pose to the students? Did you or did you not bring Tom Riddle's cursed diary to the attention of the Ministry even after it had possessed a student and caused her to unleash the basilisk on the school? Sir, I'm afraid your negligence for student safety and your lack of initiative to bring the knowledge of things that could have aided in Voldemort's return to the attention of the Ministry to be completely reprehensible and in conflict with your position of headmaster. I am afraid I'm going to have to call for your resignation and prosecution. Miss Bailey, you have the necessary paperwork. Right here, Lord Potter, Red replied, holding up a stack of forms. Amelia's grin was quite nasty as she called in Tonks, Sirius, and the Longbottoms, who were on duty for the task that evening. Ladies, gentlemen, I believe we have someone here who needs to be escorted to the Ministry holding cells, Amelia said. I had hoped we wouldn't have to hit this little snag, said Dumbledore. You see, I have no intention of being Ares. He was cut off when Sirius shot a body-bind curse in his direction. Only Dumbledore's situational awareness kept him from being hit. After all, he hadn't expected the Aurors to start firing before he'd finished his little speech. He had been trying to summon Fawkes to help him out, but the Phoenix just glared at him. So, Dumbledore did the only thing that would make the entire situation much less risky for him. He disapparated. Damn it! Harry shouted. Should have known he'd do that, the bastard. I can't believe I forgot that the headmaster can apparate and disapparate on Hogwarts grounds. Harry raised his wand. I, Harry James Potter, heir of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, hereby strip Albus Dumbledore of his title as headmaster as he has been found to be remiss in his responsibilities to the school and its students. I hereby offer the post to Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall raised her own wand. I, Minerva Isabel McGonagall, accept the post of headmistress of Hogwarts as offered by Harry James Potter, she replied. With a flash, the pact was sealed and the new head was instated. Well, now that that's over with, I hope the Ministry will take measures to ensure Voldemort and Dumbledore are taken down, said Harry. But, how on earth will I explain this to the public? Fudge sputtered nervously. He knew there was no way he could brush this under the rug. I find that the truth tends to work best in most situations, said Harry. He then turned to Luna. I trust your father would care for the story. Of course, Harry, said Luna. He's waiting downstairs right now. Minister, you have two paths open to you right now, Harry said to Fudge. You can either take your stand against Voldemort and his Death Eaters now while they're still weak in Dumbledore while he's still on the run, and become widely respected as the minister who stopped the danger before it had time to harm countless lives. Or else you could step aside and let someone else take the reins. I personally don't care which, as I will be doing what I do best, making sure the students of Hogwarts have a safe and educational experience here. If either Voldemort or Dumbledore causes you problems, I will be happy to lend my support. You'll know where to find me. Now, however, I have an after party to get to. Harry, his girlfriends, and his best male friend made their way out of the office and headed for the Great Hall where a party was going in full swing to celebrate the victory of Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Crumb, who had, apparently, plotted to work together for a joint victory of the three schools. Harry and the girls playfully staggered back to the Founders' quarters, covered in confetti and laughing about the fun they had had at the after-party. Harry was certain that someone had spiked the punch, because he couldn't focus straight and his hair kept cycling through different colors like he knew Tonks sometimes did under similar circumstances. Neville and Hannah were still at the party. The last Harry had seen of them, they were dancing on one of the tables. Yep, that punch was definitely spiked. I still can't believe Fleur, Victor, and Cedric conspired like that to win a joint victory, said Daphne. Kind of defeats the whole point of the competition. Actually, I think it does the opposite, said Faye. I mean, the purpose of the Triwizard was to bring cooperation between the three schools. What good is the competition if it just drives a wedge further between the students because of rivalry? That's a really good point, said Tracy. You know, when you think about the whole notion of an intensely competitive tournament to promote international cooperation is just kind of stupid. Potter, came an angry shout behind them. They all turned and saw Ronald Weasley standing behind them, looking absolutely furious. I know you're responsible for me losing the tournament. It's all your fault I lost the chance at the money and the fame. Ron, if it wasn't for me, Draco would likely have tortured and killed you, said Harry. He didn't doubt that Draco would have done it. Now, if you'll excuse me, we're tired from the party and would like to retire for the evening. If you'll excuse us. You think you're so great, don't you, Potter? Ron sneered as Harry and the girls turned back on their path. Strutting around with those sluts of yours, acting like you're better than everyone else. Well, it's time someone taught you a lesson. Before Ron could even point his wand at Harry, Harry had him disarmed while the girls all fired their own hexes at the Prat. Was it necessary for all of you to hex him? Said Harry. Sorry, Harry, we just kind of reacted, said Faye. After all, some of us have been assisting in your security detail, said Susan. I suppose he did have it coming for calling you all that word, said Harry. I must admit, I wasn't going to simply stun him either. Better report this to a professor, though, said Hermione. Unfortunately, we can't just leave him out here all night. Pity, said Daphne. He has it coming. By the following day, as everyone was preparing to leave for summer holiday, the news of Harry's, Hermione's, Luna's, Daphne's, Tracy's, Susan's, and Faye's relationship was public. Voldemort's return was also mentioned in the Quibbler that morning, but the additional information about his botched ritual and his new form caused many bouts of laughter and was largely overlooked in favor of talking about the 6 lucky ladies and the 1 lucky Harry as the happy group talked with their friends and made plans for the coming vacation. The general Hogwarts populace and that of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang congratulated them, though there were a few venomous looks shot in the direction of Harry's new girlfriends. The girls knew that as soon as word got out that there would be a number of their classmates who would likely make some pitiful attempt to take their places at Harry's side, the idiots who tried anything would soon find out why you didn't mess with the 6 strongest witches in Hogwarts. Rumors had also begun to circle about what happened to the headmaster, as Professor McGonagall had now taken the reins of the school. Some even said Harry killed Dumbledore in an epic duel, or at least banished him to the puppet dimension so he would never bother their world again. However, the rumors of Dumbledore's death, or at least banishment to the puppet dimension, were greatly exaggerated. Dumbledore had, in fact, decided to apparate to one of the countries that felt indebted to him for defeating Grindelwald. As it happened, the country he chose to go to so he could hide out and maybe rally some support was Bulgaria. So, as soon as he was recognized after appearing in the magical district, he was quickly set upon by an angry mob of witches and wizards who had learned, thanks to Victor Krum, that Dumbledore had not killed Grindelwald as he had made it seem and had, instead, simply locked the bastard up in Nurmengard. Let's just say that old Dumbles was not having a good day. Lucius, the dark wombat, Voldemort squeaked. Yes, my lord. Have you figured out what's wrong with me yet? I'm afraid not, master. It would take an expert to figure that out. Then we need to get in the other Death Eaters. Maybe one of them will have some measure of competence. And believe me, Lucius, your son Dorco is in for the cruciatus of a lifetime for letting Potter get away for botching up my rebirth. Yes, master. Lucius knew it would mean his immediate execution if he laughed, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to take his master seriously when he looked and sounded so ridiculous. Not that he would ever allow those thoughts to pass through his mind as his master was still an expert legilimens. Lucius also knew they couldn't keep their hideout at that old manor hour, and Lucius' own mansion would likely be the first place the Aurors would look. Lucius just hoped the other Death Eaters would have the sense not to say anything about their master's new form that might cause him to start shooting crucios. Minister Fudge was frantically pacing around his office as Amelia Bones watched him with an air of slight bemusement. What am I going to do, Amelia? Fudge whined. The Dark Lord can't be back. I'm afraid he is, Minister, Amelia replied. The public has been informed and any attempt at a cover-up would only make them outraged that the ministry chose to put the lives of innocents at risk just to avoid dealing with the problem. But I don't know how to handle this, Amelia. I'm a politician, you know I can't make decisions for myself. This involves going up against a giant wombat with severely diminished magical powers. If you're so worried, just give me the authority to deal with this. You'd really do that? Amelia. It is kind of my job to take down dark wizards, Cornelius. Yes, of course. Anything you need, just ask. I have your permission to use whatever means I feel are necessary to take down Voldemort. Agreed. I can use Veritaserum on any suspect at any time without asking consent or a warrant. Agreed. And I can question any member of the ministry, in any position, if I have just cause to suspect them. Yes, agreed. Just please take care of this mess. Amelia smiled. Thank you, Minister, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Cornelius sat down nervously at his desk as he watched Amelia leave. His nerves on edge, he twiddled his thumbs and hoped that dumping the entire situation in Amelia's lap would pay off. Summer saw many happy and fun memories being made. Harry, his girlfriends, and his friends all enjoyed the joyous time of year, going to beaches and parties and traveling to exotic locations and all the usual things one does when their life is turning up roses like Harry's was. Then, of course, there was the trip to Norway for Sirius and Bathsheba's wedding. Harry's girlfriends and their families had all been invited, as well as the few remaining relatives Sirius had that he could stand the sight of. Tonks had even been invited to serve as a bridesmaid, something which she handled with her usual amount of elegance and grace by tripping over her dress about halfway down the aisle. Remus was, naturally, serving as the best man, though Sirius also requested Harry to stand up there with him as well. Bathsheba's family were a fairly friendly group, with the exception of her Aunt Scatty, who was terrifyingly frigid towards everyone. Bathsheba's cousins had taken up the responsibility of giving Sirius the "hurt her and you die" spiel as her father wasn't alive to do it himself. Harry couldn't help but feel overjoyed for his godfather when the lovely bride made her way down the aisle. After all, Sirius deserved happiness after the 12 years of hell he'd been through. Plus, with Sirius and Bathsheba on their honeymoon, that meant Harry was practically unsupervised as Remus seemed to be getting frequently distracted by Tonks. Harry had wondered if the two would get together in this new timeline without the Order of the Phoenix pushing them together. At least now they could develop a relationship under healthier circumstances, especially considering Harry and Sirius had been helping Remus get over his feelings of self-hatred. The summer ended up going by fairly quickly for everyone. Well, everyone except a certain dark wombat. None of his non-imprisoned followers knew how to undo what had happened to him, plus he had to crucio them constantly because they couldn't seem to control their laughter. One attempt at getting him back to his old self just ended up with him getting a terrible speech impediment. "What did you foos do?" Voldemort snapped. "This is too wibble. It's not so bad, my lord," said one of the Death Eaters. "Certainly not worth crucioing us over," he added hopefully. Swoochio. Gah. Well, at least I can steal cast a Pwapa Swoochio. My lord, perhaps if we break the others out of Azkaban, then they might know something. Another Death Eater suggested. "Bylient. I'm so glad I thought of it. In the meantime, we mind bewitten of who they should fiao. Pwepa fow a street wike of epic pwo potions." Another Death Eater couldn't hold it in anymore and doubled over laughing, only to end up being crucioed. As Voldemort plotted the impending attack on Azkaban, he gave his Death Eaters permission to cause havoc and destruction. However, his instructions were not exactly understood. So, at the office of the head of the DMLE, Director Bones was faced with a serious task at hand. 15 sickles ahead. That's ordinary cabbage, is it? Well, how much are the bombs? Good lord, they are expensive. Amelia hung up the new sponge ink cell phone, a new and hot item on the wizarding market thanks to Harry and his board and soon to be released on a wider scale to the Muggle world. There was a knock on the door. "Enter." Tonks entered the room. "Ma'am, news from the front." "Yes. Well, the enemy have all got little silver halos." "What? And they've got fairy wands. And they've got spiders in matchboxes." Merlin's beard. "How did our Aurors react?" "Well, they were jolly interested, ma'am. Some of them, I think it was the Southampton division, they go on. Well, they wanted to have a look at the spiders. Oh my God, Amelia groaned. She then turned to Shacklebolt, Moody, and Scrimgeour. Gentlemen, we face a serious problem. It seems the enemy are not only fighting this war on the cheap, but they're also not taking it seriously. Bastards, growled Moody. First, they fire off cabbages instead of decent explosive spells. The crates were probably quite expensive, ma'am, Tonks interjected. Quiet, critic. And now, they're doing very silly things in one of the most vital areas of the war. What are we going to do, Amy? Asked Scrimgeour. We're going to outsmart them. We'll show these Russians. Death Eaters, corrected Kingsley. These Death Eaters that no British auror will descend to their level. Anyone found trivializing this war will face the supreme penalty that ministry law can provide. As Amelia was faced with the daunting and very confusing task of dealing with Death Eaters doing very silly things rather than their usual tactics of mayhem and destruction, Harry and the others were preparing for their return to Hogwarts. Going to be a bit strange experiencing 5th year without all the horror and nightmares and death we faced last time, said Harry. Don't jinx it, Harry, Hermione warned. You've never been lucky enough to stay out of danger for too long. I know. I'm sure that soon enough something will happen that will force me to have to deal with Moldy Shorts and his death munchers. At least Aunt Amelia is handling the situation very well, said Susan. Last time, she wasn't around long enough to make a big difference. Well, we'll see to it she is around for a long time to come, Sue, Faye assured her. Is it true, though, what we've heard about the Death Eaters not following their usual scare tactics? Yes, it's the weirdest thing. The day before Harry and the others were set to return to school, Voldemort launched his attack on Azkaban. It had actually been more difficult than the Dark Wombat expected, but he still liberated a crucial part of his fighting force. The news was shocking to Britain, but they knew to be on high alert this time. As it turned out, Augustus Rookwood, the former Unspeakable, actually did know of a ritual to restore Voldemort to his true form. However, there were conditions to the ritual that Voldemort was less than pleased about. Firstly, he wouldn't have his powers back to their former strength until he killed the one responsible for his being in the state he was, meaning Harry, which Voldemort had already planned on doing, but he had wanted to do it when he was at his most powerful. The second issue was that Voldemort still had a speech problem that Rookwood couldn't fix until after the ritual had been fully accomplished, as adding any additional spells to the mix could make the problem worse. And the third thing that really irked Voldemort was that he might, on occasion, revert back to his wombat form temporarily until the ritual was fully completed. Voldemort also didn't seem to appreciate Rookwood's comment of, think of it as being a wombat animagus. What made the whole situation worse was that Bellatrix apparently thought wombats were cute and kept trying to convince Voldemort to keep the transformation. Some existences just weren't worth getting up for, Voldemort thought. As the students made their way up to the castle for their new year at Hogwarts, a certain snowy owl glided swiftly into the Ullery and settled herself upon her designated perch on the highest tier. It had taken Hedwig a while to reach such a prestigious place, but she had achieved the highest post within the Ullery even before her human status as the master of the mighty castle had been confirmed. Hedwig had been practically seen as a fledgling and had had more than a few scrapes with the owls of those humans who were at odds with her own. In particular the cocky though dim-witted eagle owl that served the arrogant bee-owned human. The school owls had learned their place quickly enough, finding out in the first year why one should never oppose the regal avian that was Hedwig. The student owls had taken more convincing, but not one made any further protests when they learned from their own humans why Hedwig's was to be revered. Back once again, Majestic One, said Hedwig's personal key. Up, a rather excitable young horned owl named Irvin, who was several tiers down. Yes, my Harry has brought me back to ensure order is maintained within his territory, Hedwig replied. And I noticed he is keeping his mates closer than before, added an eerie-looking but intelligent Stygian who went by the name of Erebus, who sat on the tier just below Hedwig's. In particular, I have seen that my Luna is among them. Erebus had been a gift from Luna's father the previous Christmas. He was new to the Ullery, but Hedwig quickly determined him to be trustworthy. Yes, the little moon child is someone I am proud to see as one of my Harry's mates, said Hedwig. As is my Daphne, concurred a stately-looking barn owl by the name of Athena, the only owl with enough gumption to perch directly across from Hedwig herself. She is an exceptionally splendid magic user and is equal to any one of the other females. Indeed she is, Hedwig agreed. My Harry is lucky to have her. She swiveled her head back to Erebus. And your Luna as well. I am quite proud to call you my brother and sister. It is nice to have at least some intelligence within this Ollery. What about me, majestic one? Irvin piped up hopefully. Keep riding my tail feathers, fledgling, and we'll see how it goes. Now, on to the important matters. This year, I'm hoping to improve our bacon tribute by at least 30%. Harry watched happily as the group of nervous first-years shuffled in, preparing to be sorted. They were what it was all about, the future of the world, a world Harry promised himself would be better, a world where children like them wouldn't get caught up in the horrors of a war that should never have happened. Harry knew that some of those children had likely been killed in the old timeline, snatched away as they were boarding the Hogwarts Express to never be seen or heard from again. Not this time, though. Harry was going to ensure that they, and every student that came to Hogwarts, would never have to go through that. That everyone who came to Hogwarts could be assured of a safe environment that was actually conducive to learning. Harry was quite pleased with how things were looking for the new school year. Voldemort wasn't going to be a huge problem at the moment, not after what Harry had done to his ritual. The Ministry was actually being competent for once, thanks to Fudge handing the whole thing over to Amelia, who was not disinclined to force Veritaserum down a suspect's throat even when told that said suspect was an upstanding member of the community who would never join the Dark Lord. Harry noticed that Malfoy wasn't back this year. A pity, really, as Harry had been prepared to have the boy arrested for his involvement in the plot to resurrect Voldemort. Too bad Draco had given them the slip before summer. Oh well, they'd catch him eventually. Harry was also pleased with how the selection of prefects had gone this year. Hermione was still the female prefect for Gryffindor, as was expected, and Neville had been appointed as the male prefect. Harry shared a look with Headmistress McGonagall as she gave the opening address that indicated she knew Harry wasn't interested in the prefect position, being the owner of Hogwarts and all. Daphne and Blaise had been made the prefects for Slytherin, Susan and Ernie for Hufflepuff, and Padma Patil and Anthony Goldstein for Ravenclaw. And first years should note that the Forbidden Forest is exactly that. Forbidden. There are a number of dangerous creatures in those woods, including a colony of acromantulas which is being transferred to a more suitable sanctuary by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Harry looked over at the staff table and saw that Hagrid seemed fairly somber. Harry hadn't really had a choice but to get the acromantulas moved to a sanctuary abroad as he knew what a danger they posed to both the school and the environment. Still, he didn't like seeing Hagrid upset, but the man had to learn that his misunderstood and interesting creatures were a credible threat. On a lighter note, Harry was quite looking forward to the coming year. In addition to his regular courses in magic, he was also taking math. He'd finally gotten teachers for math courses. They were the hardest to find in the magical community and he'd had to look overseas to locate them. He'd have to send Mr. Bailey a thank you card for the help. Harry had discovered from arithmancy that he actually quite enjoyed math, recalling how he'd done well in it in primary school. And it was perfect for enchanting and all the work he was doing with advancing magical technology. Harry only half listened to the opening address. He was focusing on the notebook in front of him, tapping his pen against the page. That was one of the good habits Hermione had pushed him into, keeping notes and a schedule so he wouldn't lose focus. He'd already restructured the points system. Now Harry was working on making some additions to Hogwarts and possibly restructuring the house system. He had a formula in his head for how it would work and it made considerably more sense than using an old hat to separate students into groups like this. Looking forward to the new year. Faye sat across from Harry as the feast began. Very much, Harry replied. You, not as nervous about the owls as last time. The owls, Hermione gasped from Harry's right. I can't believe I forgot. Hermione, relax. Don't you tell me to relax, Harry Potter. And don't think I can't see you smirking at me, Faye Dunbar. Why would I be smirking at you? Faye said, trying to hide her smirk by turning her head away from Hermione and keeping her hand up to try and block the other girl's view. Ooh, you both aren't taking this seriously. We know the answers to the owls because we got those memories. This is like cheating. It's not technically cheating, Hermione, Fay assured her. We may have seen the exams and gone through the practicals, but we already know more than enough to pass our newts by now. I suppose it will be a bit different what with all the non-magical courses we have now. At least that will be more of a challenge, Harry offered. Good thing the Muggle liaison offices at the Ministry have been able to get a standard testing done so we have our credentials for the non-magical world if any of us want to go to university. Right, Harry, Fay agreed, turning back to a flustered Hermione. So, the real question here, Hermione, is which do you prefer, Oxford, Cambridge, or other? Meanwhile, further up the table, Ron was glaring furiously at Harry. It just wasn't fair, in Ron's opinion, that Harry had ended up with not just one but 6 girlfriends while Ronald had been, again in his opinion, cheated out of the glory and fame he deserved as a Hogwarts champion last year. Ron was also seething that Harry had obviously used his influence to get Neville Longbottom made prefect when Ron felt he deserved that privilege. Beside Ron, Jinny was alternating between staring longingly at Harry and directing hateful looks at Hermione and Fay. Jinny had heard about Harry having gotten 6 girlfriends and it outraged her to no end. Harry was supposed to be hers, damn it. What was worst was that she didn't have access to any love potion to help Harry realize exactly who he should be with. Many scholars, looking back on these events in history from 100 or so years in the future, would forever swear that Ronald and Ginevra Weasley had eaten fruit from the tree of stupidity when they were young. That most of the scholars making these claims could trace their heritage to the names Lovegood and Potter has no bearing whatsoever on the nature of said scholarly assertions. I just hope the Voldemort issue will be dealt with soon, said Hermione. We don't need any more trouble from him. He won't be much of a threat, Hermione, said Harry. Amelia is doing an excellent job dealing with the Death Eaters and it's not like Voldemort will be showing his face in public after what I did to mess up his resurrection. Red rolled her eyes as she heard the unmistakable sounds of Reginald mauling someone foolish enough to try sneaking into her house. Reg, I thought I said you weren't allowed to eat the Jehovah's Witnesses anymore, she called out. The large tiger, its lips smeared with blood and clutching a mutilated corpse in its jaws, strode casually into its owner's bedroom. Red looked at the body and realized it wasn't one of those door-to-door evangelists like she'd assumed. Oh, it was a Death Eater, she said. Never mind, continue what you were doing. After all, better you take care of your little problems in a productive way. And nothing says rehab quite like toughly slaughtering terrorists. My Wens, Voldemort addressed his inner circle, we face a most perilous time, Bellatrix, stop that. Bellatrix, who had been discreetly trying to scratch Wombat Lord behind the ears, pouted as she sat back in her chair. The Bones woman has been interviewing with OPWANS. Much of Ophausas have been neutralized and, is Thakau something amusing you, Yaxway? No, my lord, Yaxley said, fighting back his laughter. Anyway, what of new Wekoots? We have several new initiates, my lord, said Lucius. Unfortunately, they're not exactly. Tally-ho, an effusive voice announced. Dreadful sorry, old man. Hope I didn't brass you off. Just got caught up with a bad case of gippy tummy. Couldn't find the ablutions. Had to make do with a desert lily. The other Death Eaters stared as one of the newer members took his seat. Right, said Lucius. How did your training mission go? Oh, it was quite the flap. Those bally sprogs pranged their kites into drink. The squabbling bleeder went to Shafty the clanger when some clot came in and got us up by our blackouts. A number of my oppos ended up going for a burden. He said this very fast. Sorry, I'm not following. At all, said Lucius. Could you repeat that, perhaps a bit slower? Banter's not the same if you say it slower, Lucy. Bunch of monkeys on the ceiling, gents. A new arrival shouted. Grab your egg and fork and let's get the bacon delivered. What? Everyone said. Do you understand that? Lucius asked the first recruit. No, didn't get a word of it. Sorry, I'm afraid we don't understand your banter, Yaxley said to the new arrival. You know, the frantic man shouted. Bally 10-penny ones dropping in the custard. Everyone just stared. UHHHM, Charlie Choppers tucking a handful. No, sorry, said Lucius. Could you try giving it to us a bit slower? Slower banter, sir. Suddenly, the hideout was rocked with a furious trembling. We know you're in there. Amelia's Bones, voice echoed from outside. Come out now and surrender. Crikey. The first recruit shouted. Time to bail out, lads. Bally Bones is coming right up the blue end. Cabbage Crate's coming over the briny. Everyone exchanged looks. No, was the unanimously confused echo. It was a few months into the new term and Sirius and Bathsheba were in their private quarters one morning, preparing to go down to breakfast. Sirius, guess what? Bathsheba said with a bright smile. There's going to be twice as much love in this family as there is now. Sirius stared at her for a few seconds. We're gonna start doing it in the mornings, too. He said. No. Then we're gonna start shagging in your office. We've already done that. Another professor's office. Sirius. Then what? I mean, we're going to have a baby. Sirius paused a moment and his jaw went slack. Then, slowly, a huge grin spread over his face and he threw his arms into the air. I'm gonna be a dad. He then bolted from the room, shouting to all and sundry this joyous news. Severus, how good of you to join us, Voldemort said softly, trying and failing to sound menacing on account of the speech impediment. Among the Death Eaters Voldemort had freed from Azkaban was Severus Snape, and the potions master was just looking for a chance to get revenge on anyone named Potter or in any way connected with the boy who had pretty much ruined his life. Snape had mostly been sent on undercover missions or to collect valuable potions ingredients, but something had happened to cause Voldemort to summon him for a new task. My lord, Snape said with a deferential bow. I have a task for you, Severus. We sent we an announcement was put in the papahoes that I felt you should see. Voldemort tossed Snape a copy of the quibbler that bore the announcement of the upcoming arrival of a new heir to the House of Black. Snape's lips curled into a sneer at the thought of a continuation of the Marauders. I have a very important task for you, Severus, Voldemort continued. The Bewax are thweet to us and AWYs of Potter. Go to Hogwarts and KIWL them. A cruel smile lit Snape's face. He was going to go back to that school and he was going to make Black's death as horrific as possible, after first making the man watch his pregnant wife tortured to death. To Snape, it was a just revenge for all that he'd suffered. Snape was aware that there had been anti-Death Eater wards put up around the school, so he would just lie in wait around the outside until his targets left the safety of the grounds. What Snape hadn't taken into account was the fact that Fate wasn't too keen on his plans and had called in her old buddy Karma to kick Snape's ass. Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table, reading his morning mail and casually sipping his tea. A most curious letter had arrived from Mr. Weasley, of all people, asking about the possibility of Splunge Inc. investing in a line of enchanted cars. It was an idea that Harry had been considering bringing to the table at one of the board meetings and Harry was delighted that he could make it official. Mr. Weasley had also been working on a new car for Harry to test drive to see if it met with his company's standards. The prototype would be delivered on Saturday morning and Harry was eagerly looking forward to it. Harry was pulled from his musings as his girlfriends decided to key him goodbye before they headed off to their classes. If Harry had looked up, not that he could have because of the intense snogging he was getting, he would have seen one very irate Weasley female bending her fork as she gripped it too tightly from the anger she felt towards the 6 witches who had, in her mind, stolen her man. Saturday came rather quickly and Harry and several of his friends and board members attended the arrival of the prototype wizard car. There was a chorus of oohs and ahs as the large crate containing the device was delivered and opened. The new car was not like the last one that Mr. Weasley had spruced up. Whereas the previous car owned by the Weasleys was a bright blue Ford Anglia, this was a dark green 1980s Aston Martin. Harry then asked for a few volunteers to test out the vehicle with him. Only a couple of his male friends stepped forward, the girls all stood to the side, smiling as though they knew something was bound to go wrong. After all, it was Harry and the rest of the students seemed a bit wary about a magical car. So, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Justin Finch Fletchley, and, oddly enough, Blaise Zabini filed into the enchanted vehicle. Following the guidelines Mr. Weasley had provided, Harry, who had little experience driving a regular car, let alone an enchanted one, started the vehicle and drove the car up into the air, circling around the school. This is so awesome, Justin cheered. This is how a real man gets around, Neville added. Shall I turn on the radio? Do it. The boys cheered. A peppy little tune started reverberating through the car. Yes, it's one of my favorite tunes, said Harry as he made a sharp turn in the air. Make up your own lyrics for it, mate, said Justin. My name is Harry Potter. I'm the king of the car. Flying with my best guy friends. In a car. Someone got this great idea to enchant a car. Haha, Harry Potter and the flying car. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Do the shooby-doo-wops, guys. The other boys began a background chorus of shooby-doo-wop. Shooby-doo-wop. Excellent. That's beautiful. If you've got a problem, I can fix the problem. I've got a solution for every problem. I've got 2 solutions for every problem. I have also got a flying car. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. That's me. Unfortunately, Harry hadn't been paying attention to where he was driving and accidentally caused the car to land on someone with a sickening crunch. Oh my God, Harry exclaimed. That was fun, said Blaise evenly. Everyone get out of the car. Harry ushered his guy friends out and began to panic as he saw the body underneath the front wheels of the car. Oh, what are we going to do? Wait, I've got it, said Blaise. Neville, you go dig a hole in the Forbidden Forest. And, Harry, Justin, you drag the body over to the hole. I'll wait here with the car. Guys, whoever he is, I think he's still alive, said Neville. Just back the car off him. Harry got behind the wheel and accidentally drove forward. Oops. He then drove back over. Oops. He did this several times before he finally got the vehicle off the injured individual. He then got back out of the car to find his 3 guy friends poking the unconscious man. Harry, I think it's Snape, said Justin. What, really? Harry inquired, trying to keep the grin off his face. Yup, that's Snape, Blaise confirmed. There's no mistaking that greasy hair. Blaise had always hated his former head of house's hair. Being from the Zabini family made Blaise quite sensitive about personal appearance and proper hygiene. Voldemort gave a frustrated groan as he heard the report that Snape had been taken back into custody by the Aurors. Their last encounter with the Aurors had forced them to flee, all because those idiotic new recruits couldn't get their banter straight and warn them promptly. Now, instead of the relative comfort of their last hideout, they'd been forced to retreat to the dive they'd once occupied back during the earliest days of the foundation of the Death Eaters. And so, they were currently registered at the Young Men's Anti-Christian Association, located at the corner of Anti-Semitic Street and Pogram Square, where the motto of, "Are you nervy, irritable, depressed, tired of life? Keep it up," was written in chipping paint on a cheap, plywood plaque above the front desk. Voldemort lightly tapped his fingers against his head as he tried to think of how to proceed. He needed to do something big, something to remind the wizarding world that he was still a force to be reckoned with. Of late, his followers had been more incompetent than usual. He'd already lost several Death Eaters in what looked to have been a tiger attack when they were supposed to murder that uppity bint from the Bailey family who had been assisting Potter. So, the Dark Wombat, Dark Lord, pondered on what would be a good way to get back some of his dignity. He knew he had to eradicate Potter, if only so that Rookwood could perform the ritual that would truly restore Voldemort back to his full power, not to mention finally end the humiliation of looking like a wombat and speaking with a ridiculous speech impediment. What he needed was to seize one of Potter's friends, preferably one of the little trollops that followed the boy around, and hold them as a hostage to lure Potter out into the open where he could be dealt with. He was shaken from his thoughts as he felt the annoyingly familiar sensation of someone running a comb through the thick, dark, wombat fur on his head. Bellatrix. Hogwarts was hosting a field trip, at Harry's suggestion, to introduce the students to the Ministry of Magic, as most had never actually seen the place. It was a great way to get the students thinking about how they wanted their government to run and to decide some possibilities for their future. It was a wonder that Hogwarts had never done something like that before, especially considering the ministry was one of the primary centers of employment in the magical community. So, the merry group of Hogwarts students was taken throughout the government complex and shown what career options were open to them in the ministry. When the fourth years were escorted to see the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, they were shown the interrogation rooms and, as it so happened, given a demonstration of interrogation tactics used by Aurors thanks to the assistance of one of the Aurors' most recent recaptured criminals, Severus Snape. The interrogation room was little more than a large, gray box with a one-way mirror, behind which was something that resembled a Muggle microphone, through which the interrogating Aurors shouted abuse and threats. Luna, with a cheerfully maniacal grin on her face, tapped one of the Aurors on the shoulder as he paused in his intensive interrogation of the potion's master. Could I give it a try? She asked. That would be unethical, not to mention a serious breach in protocol, but sure, said the Auror. Hello, Mr. Snape, Luna said cheerily over the magical microphone. I just thought you'd want to hear some recent news. I and 5 other girls are dating Harry Potter, and in a few years we're going to marry him. Soon, there will be a whole army of little Potters running around. Isn't that wonderful? Wow, said the Auror. I've never seen a convict react by foaming at the mouth and trying to chew his own arms off like a trapped coyote to escape. Heard about it, just never seen it. Dumbledore was not having a good day. It seemed that word had spread from the Bulgarians to many other countries that he had not killed Grindelwald, including Serbia, where he was now hiding. Dumbledore was outraged at the ingratitude. All right, so he had let Grindelwald live despite the fact that he'd toughly tortured and murdered countless innocents, but couldn't these people see that Grindelwald had to be spared in order to try and redeem him? Everyone deserved a chance to return to the light. Dumbledore was also affronted that they would treat him so horridly when he had ensured that Grindelwald wasn't burning down their countries anymore. Never mind the fact that it had mostly been Aberforth who had done the actual fighting, as Albus really only stepped in at the last minute, and the fact that Grindelwald had the misfortune of tripping on an ill-placed banana peel and inadvertently chucking the Elder Wand at Albus' head just as the allied wizard forces showed up. But that wasn't important. What mattered to Dumbledore was finding a way back into Britain to defeat Voldemort with the same level of grandeur that he'd defeated Grindelwald. In other words, letting someone else do all the work and wear him down until Dumbledore could step in and take all the credit. Dumbledore just wished Harry was more cooperative. The boy had a destiny to fulfill of dying at Voldemort's hands, and yet it was almost as though Harry wasn't going to be doing that. Well, Dumbledore could be patient. In the meantime, he had to flee that very angry-looking Serbian mob. Ginny Weasley watched the 6 witches who had stolen her Harry with mounting rage. They were just cheerfully chatting on their way down to the carriages to meet with Harry, her Harry, for the trip into Hogsmeade. Proving herself to be every bit as idiotic as her brother, Ginny decided to openly challenge 6 witches considerably more powerful than herself. You aren't going to win, she growled at them. She was met with 6 incredulous stares. Harry is mine and I'm not going to let you keep me from him. What the hell are you on about, Weasley? Said Faye. I'm saying, if you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from Harry. The 6 girls all exchanged looks. They'd already dealt with girls who had the same kind of obsession with Harry who were far more threatening than Ginny Weasley. Listen, Weasley, Susan said in a clipped tone, we're really rather busy and don't have time to listen to bullshit like this. Has it not occurred to you that maybe Harry doesn't like you? Said Tracy. That maybe, just maybe, he's satisfied with women who love him for himself and not his fame or money. No, Ginny screamed at the 6 girls. Harry is mine. You buy. Chess could never love Harry like I do. Daphne looked at Ginny as if she were a particularly bothersome mosquito. Face the facts, Weasley, she said. Harry having 6 girlfriends, 2 of whom were Slytherins, is far more believable than him ending up with some obsessive stalker like you. No, Ginny protested. Harry loves me. He belongs to me. The 6 girls exchanged looks again. Okay, this conversation got old very fast, said Faye. I agree, said Hermione. Shall we go for ice cream? Ooh, that sounds good, the others agreed, nodding in consent. They all turned their backs to the furious redhead. Hey, Ginny shouted. I wasn't done with you, yet. We're done with you, Weasley. Daphne called back. When Harry and the girls arrived in Hogsmeade, Harry found himself bombarded with reporters. He gave a frustrated sigh at the fact that these idiots couldn't seem to get it into their heads that he had an exclusive contract with the Quibbler. This line of questions seemed to be in regards to suspicions that Harry was, and I quote, the chosen one, to defeat Voldemort. That does it, Susan snarled with a ferocity Harry had only ever thought her aunt possessed. Out of our way, you parasites. She gave the indignant reporters harsh shoves out of the way. Faye, who was also a fairly strong young woman, assisted her in clearing a path through the swarm of reporters. Once they were safely arrived in the entryway of the 3 broomsticks, Susan ushered the others inside before settling a glare on the reporters. Unless you lot want a serious hexing, I suggest you bugger off. She concluded. As she was about to follow the others inside, Luna popped her head out to give a final statement. "And, for the record, he's not the chosen one, he's a very naughty boy," she said with a slight giggle. Harry, his girlfriends, and his regular friends were hanging out beside the lake, enjoying one of the few final summer days of the term. It was cool, but pleasant enough that everyone had taken the chance to do their studying outside before the approach of winter. Hermione, as usual, had the biggest and probably densest textbook she could find held up to her face as Crookshanks lounged in her lap. Tracy had pulled out a picnic basket and was setting up lunch. Faye and Luna were quizzing each other on knowledge of magical creatures. Susan was writing in her notebook, drawing up ideas for new and improved security measures. And Daphne was wading in the shallows of the lake with her sister Astoria, both splashing each other playfully. In short, it was exactly the type of peace and quiet that Harry had always yearned for. Then why the hell couldn't he relax and enjoy it? His fingers tapped impatiently against the grass, his eyes kept darting around as though he expected some kind of attack any moment, and every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made him want to jump up and start shooting off spells. It was maddening to go on like this, knowing that, despite the efforts of Madame Bones and the Aurors, Voldemort and some of his top Death Eaters were still at large. It wasn't even Harry's hero complex that was causing him to be so jittery. It was just that he wouldn't be able to enjoy himself entirely until Voldemort was safely disposed in a hole in the ground, or incinerated, launched into space, or smushed beneath a 16-ton weight. He wasn't picky. "Don't worry, Harry," said Faye, who recognized the look about him. "The dark wanker and his death munchers can't hold out much longer. Frankly, I'd be more paranoid about a certain pair of weasels." Her glance fell in the direction of Ron and Jinny, who had taken to stalking Harry and his group. "Don't know when to give up, they don't. I'm just waiting on them to do something stupid," Harry said. "They take one step out of line and they'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, psychopaths. And, yeah, I know Moldy Shorts is doomed, but there's the chance that he's going to try something and he could still harm someone. And even when he's gone, his followers can still regroup and maybe garner some support abroad and launch another attack. Then we could have an entirely new war to deal with then." "Someone's being pessimistic again," said Tracy. "No, Harry's got a point," said Luna. "If there were fewer Death Eaters, there wouldn't be so many of them, numerically speaking." Right," Harry added. "But what'd need to happen is for the Death Eaters to go down before Voldemort does." Unknown to Harry, Luna was getting one of her premonitions. The slightly manic smile on her face was ignored as those who spent so much time around her had become accustomed to that particular expression and knew they would be better off just not asking. News of a sudden upsurge in the tough murders of Death Eaters and blood purists was greatly celebrated as the holidays approached. And Harry, too, took this as a blessing. He seemed more relaxed than ever each time he read the obituaries and saw the lists of pureblood supremacists who'd perished in sudden and violent ways. He decided not to question this stroke of good luck. After all, everything else had been going smoothly lately, and tradition had indicated, and as his girlfriends pointed out, that there would not be any big confrontation or attempt to legitimately kill him until the end of the year. Instead, Harry chose to focus on schoolwork in the holiday season. He was especially delighted to discover his girlfriends had decided to give him his Christmas gift early and had pulled him into the room of requirements to give it to him one snowy evening. That he was somewhat bull-legged for the rest of the week probably had nothing to do with anything that might have occurred that evening. Sirius walked about in a perpetual good mood as his wife's pregnant stomach became more pronounced. Though the abject displays of uxorious devotion and paternal pride did get a little grating, especially for his lovely wife, but Bathsheba took it all in with a smile, a headshake, and an, "Oh, Sirius." Though Sirius' giddy demeanor did not detract from his teasing of Remus to find a nice girl himself, if such comments happened to only occur whenever Tonks was around, it was pure coincidence. Albus Dumbledore was, for the first time in months, feeling quite cheerful. After months of being constantly on the run, he finally had a plan that would get him back the fame, respect, and adulations he deserved. It was a good plan. He knew Voldemort would have to make a stand soon and chances were it would be towards the end of the school year, as seemed to be the norm for attempts on Harry Potter's life. After having snuck back into Britain, he'd managed to glean enough information about the approaching battle from one of the Death Eaters, before the poor soul had met his untimely end, such a tragedy, in Dumbledore's opinion, that the man had been killed by someone before he could be redeemed once Voldemort was gone. Harry Potter would have to die, though. Not quite yet, as Dumbledore still had to find those Horcruxes. The upcoming battle would merely be Dumbledore's chance to swoop in and be the hero of the day. Then, once he'd finally talked some sense into the Ministry, he could arrange to have things put back to how they should be, how they were before. Harry had far too much freedom. That scheme Dumbledore had concocted with Walter Davis had fallen through, but that didn't mean he couldn't still finagle the plan back on track and get Harry under his thumb again. Walter Davis was one of the only people willing to remain his ally. All he had to do was get Walter to force his daughter to get Harry to marry her, and then Harry's fortunes and titles would be safely ensconced in the care of Dumbledore's ally, as Walter would have absolute control over any assets his daughter would inherit upon Harry's death. What Dumbledore didn't realize was that several monkey wrenches were about to be thrown into the works. Marissa Davis-Nayrol had been waiting for this day. Oh, yes she had. The letter she'd written to Tracy had told her daughter not to come home this holiday. Under any circumstances. While to most Marissa's behavior towards her daughter appeared negligent and even rather heartless, Marissa did love her daughter more than anything else. That was why she couldn't have Tracy home for Christmas, why she'd been convincing her daughter to stay away from home as much as possible. Marissa would forever be indebted to the Greengrass family, and to the Granger family who had taken Tracy in last Christmas. If that marriage contract between her daughter and the Goyle heir had gone through, Marissa would have sliced her husband's throat and have had done with it. All the times she'd pushed her daughter to find someone, anyone, she could be happy with had all been to prevent her daughter from suffering the same fate she had. And now, at long last, she was going to be free. They both were. The potion had taken much trial and effort to brew. Something designed to make it look like Walter had merely died of a heart attack, an old family potion that was completely undetectable. It had taken her this long to make because she'd never been particularly skilled at potions, and her opportunities to attempt to brew it had been few and far between, as Walter had never completely trusted her docile demeanor, not after how she fought back so viciously on their wedding night. But here was her one chance. She'd make sure all her husband's affairs were in order so that Tracy would be set for life. Marissa would then follow her old friend Narcissa's path and head off to the French Riviera. Sissy told her she had a spare room in her suite for Marissa. Marissa had her own money waiting for her. Her brother Thorfinn's tragic death recently had left her as sole heir to the Roll family, and she had been holding up her inheritance as long as possible to prevent it from immediately being snatched up by her husband. As she slipped the potion into the pudding, the night before the holiday train would leave Hogwarts, Marissa thought for a moment this might get her placed permanently on the naughty list. But that was a small price to pay when she would be off the next morning to alert Street Mungo's that her husband was suffering a heart attack, mere minutes after he'd already succumbed to it. She'd left a letter for her daughter at Gringotts, to be given to Tracy after the will was read, explaining why she'd done what she had. Marissa felt she would just be in her daughter's way, that Tracy might never truly forgive her even after she read the letter, and so she was going to bow out graciously and head in search of the freedom she'd thirsted for since she was a young woman, now reignited. Tracy, meanwhile, was spending a pleasant holiday surrounded by people who could openly show they loved her. Harry had invited them all, each of his girlfriends and their families, as well as Neville and the Longbottoms, and Neville's girlfriend Hannah and her parents, to join him and his family. Sirius, Bathsheba, Remus, and the Tonkses at the vacation home he'd decided to purchase in the tropics. Manors were all well and good, but he needed to see the sunshine again. It wasn't so much a vacation home, though, as much as a small island in the exclusively magical real estate center in the Bermuda Triangle, something which caused Mr. Granger to exclaim, "I knew it," as soon as he was told where the island was located. "Does that mean Atlantis is also hidden here?" he'd asked Sirius. "Don't tell me you actually believe in Atlantis of all things," Sirius chuckled. "That's nothing but an urban legend. Everyone knows that Atlantis was named after the underwater shopping district. As it happened, in the center of the triangle there was a giant pyramid made of some sort of glass-like substance that was unbreakable. This pyramid was the largest magical shopping district in the world and was named after Atlanta Calicrates, the witch who colonized the magical islands of Bermuda." "What causes all those disappearances, then?" asked Mr. Granger. And all those storms. Accidents of nature, Sirius explained. Natural energy radiates away from the islands, causing freak storms and tidal waves. The islands are protected, but not by any kind of magic. People are just stupid enough to keep tempting the weather. Of course, the weather in the very heart of the islands was superb and the families and friends took every available opportunity to enjoy it. The Bailey family, as it turned out, happened to have an island of their own not far from the one Harry had purchased. So, many and pleasant evening was spent that Christmas holiday in the company of good friends and family. Tracy would not receive the news of her father's death and her mother's sudden departure until she returned to Britain, as El Mail was inaccessible to the Triangle. The rest of the following semester passed with little that was worthy of note. Bad guys were still scheming, Harry was still developing new ways to bring the magical world into the 21st century and enjoying the company of his girlfriends. The owls were approaching, Sirius was getting more and more excited about the anticipated arrival of his child, and more blood purists disappeared. It was in June that the final blow was about to fall. The Death Eaters, what few remained except Bellatrix, who still refused to leave Voldemort's side, were holed up in their hideout at the YMCA. Their master had given them a precise date for when they would launch their final attack against Potter and all he stood for. It was a good plan, a lot of work had been put into it, and Rookwood had even taken the trouble to write it all up on some very nice stationery that he'd stolen. The Dark Lord had informed them not to contact him any time until the strike, at which point they had better go to the exact location of the final battle or risk suffering his ire. What Voldemort didn't know was that not one of his Death Eaters would live long enough to see that final battle. As his inner circle sat together, going on and on about why they hated Muggle-borns, they heard a loud thumping sound from out in the hallway. There was a sharp squeal and a cry of pain as the guard in front of the door to their conference room was disposed of. The Death Eaters all looked at each other, shrugged, and went on complaining. There was a loud ruckus as someone else must have entered the hallway. A series of crashes, squeaks, and horrific bangs finally planted a seed of doubt in their minds. Probably just that National Socialist meeting in 22A, said Yaxley. McNair, could you go check? Walden McNair, sometimes known to his friends as Tim, reluctantly rose from his seat, set down the 5 aces of spades he'd had in his hand for their poker game, and cracked the door open to tell the other residents to bugger off. What he saw made him slam the door shut and turn back to his comrades, face white as a sheet. What is it? Lucius Malfoy demanded. What's wrong? It's here. McNair gasped, a terrified glint in his eyes. The beast of Sar Banog. What is that? Asked Yaxley. A creature so foul, so cruel that no man yet has fought with it and lived. Bones of 450 men lie strewn about its lair. So, my friends, if you do doubt courage and strength, come no further, for death awaits ye all with nasty, big, pointy teeth. Lucius and the other Death Eaters exchanged looks. I think we'll chance it, he said. Open the door, McNair. McNair grudgingly stepped away and cracked the door open for them to all look out. No one could see anything at first, but they were all getting anxious. Right, I'm going on, Lucius decided. Keep me covered. What with? Said Crabbe Sr. Just keep me covered. Too late. There, he is, McNair gasped, pointing out into the room. All that the others could see was a fluffy, white bunny rabbit. Where? Said Lucius. There. What? Behind the rabbit. It is the rabbit. Everyone turned to stare at him in disbelief. You silly sod. Wah. You got us all worked up. Well, there's no ordinary rabbit. That's the most foul, cruel, and bad-tempered rodent ya e'er set eyes on. You tit. Snapped Yaxley. I soiled my robes, I was so scared. Look, that rabbit's got a vicious streak a mile wide, it's a killer. Get stuffed, said Knott Sr. It'll do you up a treat, mate. You manky, Scottish git, said Parkinson. I'm warnin' ya. What does he do? Nibble your bum. Snickered Yaxley. He's got huge, sharp, he can leap about. Go on, Amicus, blast its head off, ordered Lucius. Right, silly little bleeder, said Amicus Caro, drawing his wand. One rabbit stew coming right up. Look, shouted McNair. The rabbit let out a squeak as it lunged for Caro's throat, ripping his head off. Merlin's pants. Lucius shouted. I warned ya, McNair said in a sing-song tone. Luna Lovegood skipped into the living area of the Founders, quarters with a pleasant smile on her face, decidedly ignoring the uneasy stares being directed her way. "Ah, Luna." "Yes, Hermione. Why are you covered in blood?" That's an interesting question, Hermione. A better one, though, would be, why are you not covered in blood? You haven't been doing anything we might not approve of, have you?" "Of course not, Hermione. I assure you, what I was doing is of no consequence and you most certainly didn't see anything." Hermione felt she would be best served to not say anything else and go back to her book. Everyone else decided to do something to similar effect. The school year was coming to a close, as it often did, and things had been relatively quiet that year. Harry and his yearmates were taking their owls, and were actually prepared for them this time. Peeves had gotten into the habit of slipping whoopee cushions onto people's seats. No life-threatening incidents occurred on school grounds, and Sirius and Bathsheba's baby was due any day. All in all, it was shaping up to be a pretty quiet year. However, things were not destined to remain so because of 4 people: Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Ron and Jinny Weasley. Voldemort was in one of his moods. His Death Eaters had been decimated and the few who had survived whatever had caused the decline outright refused to say what happened. His few remaining supporters were all on edge and Voldemort had begun to fear a mutiny. What he needed to do was boost morale for his forces. He had to do something to restore their inclination to go out and sow murder and chaos, likely by an exercise in sowing murder and chaos. But he couldn't just waltz out into Diagon Alley with such a small and cringing group, especially not when there were Aurors on constant surveillance. It was all that damn Potter's fault. Voldemort wasn't sure how, but he knew Potter was the reason for all his problems, even if it was Amelia Bones who'd gotten carte blanche for dealing with him and his Death Eaters. No, he knew Potter was somehow behind it all, and he was going to prove, once and for all, that no one makes a fool of Lord Voldemort. It would be swift and sudden. An attack on Hogsmeade to remind the wizarding world that Lord Voldemort was still a very real and very deadly threat. No one would dare question him again. And, with any luck, Potter would be there and Voldemort could finally have his revenge, and use Rookwood's ritual to fix his appearance and get rid of his speech impediment. He would be vindicated. Dumbledore sat morosely in his current hiding spot, a cave just outside Hogsmeade. How had it come to this? He'd once been the most revered wizard in all of Britain and much of the outside world, too. Now he was reduced to hiding in a cave and left to gaze longingly into the distance at his beloved Hogwarts. It was probably not the safest thing to be so close to the school, but, of course, the last place the Aurors would expect him to be was in such close proximity to Hogwarts. His plans had fallen through in the most outrageous and humiliating of ways. He was no longer the leader of the light, but instead a reviled and disgraced man on the run from the law. If only there was a way to get back some form of control. He just needed the proper leverage in order to get back on top. He skimmed through the newspaper he'd pilfered from a trash can. It wasn't particularly interesting as there was not much going on at the moment. However, his eyes alighted on an advertisement. Doug Piranha's hourly rent-a-mob service. Need to launch an uprising. Blow up an airport terminal. Take over a castle inhabited by arrogant dicks. Then enlist the aid of Doug Piranha's rent-a-mob service. We charge reasonable rates by hour and our mobs are extremely effective against groups that have only minimal numbers of experienced fighters as they are comprised of folks of dubious origins. What won't be missed? For more information or to place an order, send an AL to our address listed below. Or, for our no questions asked service, sneak in through the back window of that same address when no one's looking. We hope you choose rent-a-mob for all your political or social insurgences. Doug Piranha. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yes, there was a chance for him to get back what was his. It would mean doing something morally questionable, but it was all for the greater good, after all. Ron and Jinny were both of a similar mind, not a particularly smart one but of one mind nonetheless. They both wanted someone and were willing to even work together to achieve their goals. As has probably been made clear at this point, Ron wanted Hermione and Jinny wanted Harry. That neither one reciprocated those feelings was of no consequence to the two redheads. What they wanted, they were prepared to get. Nothing's worked so far, Ron, Jinny complained as they plotted their schemes. I know, I don't get why Hermione would choose Harry over me, Ron agreed. Jinny was tempted to tell Ron that it was pretty damn obvious why, but held back as she still needed her brother as an ally. Love potions have not only failed, but now if we use them we could get arrested, she continued. And even if they weren't, Mum's still in prison and can't make any for us. Maybe we're just going about it the wrong way. Ron, you're right. As hard to believe as that is. We need to take a more active approach. Find a way to get what we want by force. Now, how do we do that? Ron shrugged and picked up a conveniently placed newspaper. As Jinny paced about the room, she caught sight of one of the advertisements. Doug Piranha's hourly rent a mob service. A sinister smirk spread over Ginny's face and she drummed her fingers together. Excellent, she muttered. What's excellent? Said Ron. Do you have a plan? Jinny, I'm not a mind reader. It was a warm summer afternoon when everyone headed down to Hogsmeade the weekend before the end of the school year. As was his custom for that particular time of year, Harry was relentlessly on his guard for any strange and potentially dangerous things his experience had taught him that. Halloween and the end of the school year always have some sudden, sometimes life-threatening occurrences. So, despite the much more promising circumstances caused by his changes to the time stream, Harry was still wary as he and his girlfriends made their way down to the village for their scheduled group date. So, I was thinking of studying abroad after graduation, said Tracy. It's something of a tradition to take a bit of time to see the world once you're out of school, and Harry, are you listening? Yeah, Tracy, studying abroad sounds cool, he replied. I'm sorry, I just can't shake the feeling like something's going to happen, and I know it won't happen until I let my guard down, and that's why I can't let my guard down. Do you know what I mean? Yes, Harry, Hermione said simply. We've been with you long enough to know exactly what you mean by that. I'm not nervous, said Luna brightly. I know everything's going to be fine. What's going to happen won't happen for a couple of hours, so we have plenty of time to buy candy. I thought you said you were going on a diet, said Susan. I am. A candy diet. They've got plenty of sugar-free sugar at Honeydukes. All the hyperactivity-inducing qualities of normal sugar with no artificial preservatives or additives of any kind. I don't know whether to find this cute or terrifying, Daphne muttered. And so the group went about their business, enjoying their free time now that exams were over. They were in the middle of their very enjoyable lunch when the first sign that something was going to go horribly wrong made itself manifest in the form of hundreds of people, all of whom looked incredibly similar and had no distinguishing features, swarming upon Hogsmeade. Harry and the girls watched it unfold from the window beside their table. The mob seemed to be made up of two distinct halves. One half was attempting to make its way to the castle and the other was apparently searching for Harry Potter and Hermione Granger so they could take the two to Ron and Ginny Weasley. The second sign that something was wrong was when a very small group of Death Eaters appeared, at which point pandemonium ensued. Luckily, evacuation procedures went into effect thanks to Sirius, Tonks, and the local Auror contingent, and all the students and civilians were removed from the danger zone as the three different forces began to fight each other. Upon obtaining permission from Madame Rosmerta, Harry and the girls climbed up to the roof to get a clearer image of what was going on. From the rooftop, they were able to ascertain the different persons responsible for the debacle unfolding below as Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Ron and Ginny were also observing from the safety of neighboring rooftops. Down below, the Death Eaters were finally and completely torn asunder by the two bloodthirsty and ravening mobs. While the two remaining forces were doing a fairly decent job of finishing each other off, Harry was getting annoyed. A curious crunching sound drew him from his thoughts and he turned to see Luna eating what looked like a cabbage, or was it a lettuce? Luna, is that cabbage? He asked. Actually, it's a Webb's Wonder, she replied. Good enough, he sighed. Might I borrow it? Luna smiled and handed it to him. Harry withdrew his wand and began muttering an incantation he had stumbled upon one evening while looking through his family grimoire. Though why the spell could only work on a vegetable such as cabbage or lettuce, Harry wasn't sure he wanted to know. The spell complete, he chucked the lettuce from the roof straight into the midst of the fray. The mob stopped for a few moments to stare curiously as the Webb's Wonder began ticking. Then, in an instant, the lettuce exploded, completely destroying the mobs. Harry knew it was inevitable, the whole prophecy deal meant this had to happen. So, he grudgingly made his way back down to the street, his girlfriends following behind him. They too knew it had all come down to this final confrontation. They knew Harry, for all the changes he'd been able to make, was still bound by the prophecy that stated he would defeat the Dark Lord. As he stepped back out into the late afternoon sunshine, he saw Voldemort advancing with a determined look. Giving a resigned sigh, Harry also proceeded, wand drawn for the expected climactic battle between good and evil. Expelliarmus! Voldemort shouted, much to Harry's surprise. Harry felt his holly and phoenix feather wand fly from his hand and disappear somewhere in the grass. It seemed Voldemort was in his gloat first, torture and then kill later mode. "Ha! I've got you now, Potter," Voldemort gloated. "You can't defeat me without a wand." "Oh no, whatever shall I do?" Harry said mockingly, his voice dripping with the irony of what was about to happen. With that, Harry withdrew his backup wand, the wand which hadn't been mentioned since its first appearance in the context of the story until now. Relatio. With that, Voldemort's left arm was severed. "Now stand down." "It's just a squatch," Voldemort retorted arrogantly. "A scratch. Your arm's off." "No it isn't." "Well, what's that, then?" Harry gestured to the severed limb. "I've had worse." "You liar. I lost my inch of body at one point." "How is that not worse?" Well shut up." Relatio. Voldemort's other arm was cut off by the spell. "Victory is mine," Harry concluded. "Well, that wraps up that Harry gave a grunt as Voldemort started kicking his shin. "Fight me, Potter." "Look, you stupid bastard, you've got no arms left." "Yes I have. Look, it's just a flesh wound. I'll have your leg if you keep this up." Voldemort just kept kicking at him. Harry lost his patience and sent a cutting curse at the Dark Lord's leg. "Wait, I'll do you for that." Voldemort snarled. "You'll what? Come here. What are you gonna do? Bleed on me. I'm invincible." "You're a loony. The Dark Lord always triumphs." "Have it you." Harry sent a fourth cutting curse at Voldemort, leaving him an armless, legless lump on the ground. "All right, we'll call it a draw," Voldemort said, realizing he wouldn't be going anywhere. Harry, however, had had quite enough of this nonsense. Humoris exodicus. What the Voldemort hardly had time to scream as a 16-ton weight suddenly dropped on his head. "And that's the end of that," said Harry, pocketing his wand. "Well, who's up for dinner?" "I'm buying." "It's not quite over yet, Harry," said Faye, pointing to where Dumbledore was attempting to sneak off. "I've got this one," said Susan, cracking her knuckles. Dumbledore knew he had to get out, and fast. His plans had blown up again. Seriously, what were the odds that all three forces would attack at the same time on the same day? Perhaps there was still time, he could rally another force and then all he had to do was. "Good afternoon, Mr. Dumbledore," said a falsely innocent female voice from behind him. He turned just in time to see Susan Bones grin maliciously as she blasted him in the face with a stupefy. Susan, meanwhile, shook her head at the unconscious old man who had caused so many problems. She soon called the Aurors over and they escorted Dumbledore away. That he would wake up a few hours later with a broken jaw in a holding cell at the Ministry was of no consequence for the time being. As far as everyone was concerned, everything was settled and life could go on without worrying about a manipulative and interfering old man with delusions of grandeur and an overzealous devotion to the greater good. "Well, looks like everything's settled now," Harry said with a relieved sigh. "It's okay, everyone, it's all over," he called out. There was an eruption of cheers. People were hugging and crying and dancing in the streets at the realization that Harry Potter had once and for all resolved the Dark Lord problem. Remus suddenly found himself tackled to the ground by Tonks, who seemed to be making it her primary objective to wrap her tongue around his uvula as she snogged him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Sirius interrupted them and they pulled away from each other. "Just wanted to let you guys know," he grinned and gave them 2 thumbs up. "That I am completely cool with it, go right ahead." Tonks, needing no further prompting, resumed her attempt to devour the werewolf's face. "The only thing that would make today any better would be if the baby arrived," Sirius said, looking to his wife. Bathsheba gave him a sideways look. "What, you think the baby's going to come now just because it's the day that Voldemort and Dumbledore got defeated?" She said evenly. "The only thing that could make that more ridiculous would be if I was giving birth during the battle itself, like some fictional cliché. The baby will come when he or she wants to." Sirius. "Yes, ma'am. Well, I guess since everything's all wrapped up, we should have a party or something to celebrate," Harry suggested. What exactly does one wear to a Dark Lord's been defeated party? Said Daphne. It was a balmy summer afternoon when the Wizengamot was called in to try Albus Dumbledore for his crimes. Personally, Harry Potter would have much preferred to be having a picnic with his girlfriends now that school was out for summer holiday. Of course, his immense desire to see Dumbledore finally removed as a potential threat did compensate for the length of time it took to get through all the charges and testimonies. As Harry was one of the injured parties, he would not be sitting in judgment amongst the Wizengamot, and so he and his girlfriends had taken up seats in the gallery. Harry's gaze drifted over to where his former headmaster sat slumped miserably in the chain chair used to hold potentially dangerous offenders. Things had finally gotten to some level of normalcy after the final battle, and the biggest threats to Harry's life and happiness were properly neutralized. Dumbledore was going to be sent to prison. Voldemort was nothing more than a puddle of ooze underneath a 16-ton weight, which had been officially made into a national monument, and as for Ron and Jinny, well, they actually got off pretty lightly considering everything that had happened. It goes without saying that the Git and the fangirl were officially barred from Hogwarts, but their decision to hire a rent-a mob had prevented Dumbledore's own forces from causing any damage, so they were simply required to attend psychological counseling and some community service. Whatever happened to them after that, Harry didn't care. All those in favor of conviction will raise their illuminated wands, said the prosecutor. It was unanimous. Albus Dumbledore, do you have anything to say before we pass judgment? Said Amelia Bones. Yes, Madam Bones, I do, Dumbledore replied haughtily. I admit, for the last century or so, I've been a lying, backstabbing, two-faced, despicable crook. But I had no choice. I was in politics. If I may, I will now go into a long and tedious lecture about exactly why what I did was in everyone's best interests and why you should let me keep my freedom despite my numerous crimes. There was a collective groan from everyone assembled. From the very beginning, I knew that only I possessed the ability to impartially reason the correct course of magical Britain through the long and treacherous time that is the 20th century. My start began one fine summer afternoon when I had just set the kettle on. People began pulling out magazines and novels to pass the time. I mean, I couldn't just throw Tom Riddle out of Hogwarts just because it was so obvious he was evil. Even if I was the most well-respected professor, I knew I couldn't simply open an investigation into the attacks of the 40s, even though I knew that acromantulas can't petrify people. Quills were set on autopilot as the court scribes began to doze. And on it went, with Dumbledore going over all his charges in the most clinical and boring description ever heard outside of Professor Binns' lectures. Harry began to suspect Dumbledore was drawing his speech out as much as he could so that the Wizengamot would just be so desperate for it to end that they'd forget why he was even there in the first place. Madame Marchbanks never used to bother. But then, of course, she was very old, she was 206. How much longer is he going to talk? Faye muttered from the seat behind Harry. For as long as he wants, Susan Ned quietly. Damn rules say the defendant can give his final statements with no time limit and no one can interrupt. Harry noticed Hermione, normally a great lover of lectures, was beginning to bang her head slightly against the short desk that protruded from the back of the chair in front of her. And, of course, I deny most emphatically that I was ever romantically involved with that sheep, no matter what the medical reports say. Many people had fallen asleep. Even Madam Bones, who must have been used to such speeches from previous defendants, looked very near to going under from the sheer boredom. Which reminds me of an extremely long story about how I got this scar on my leg that forms a perfect map of the London Underground. Eventually, Dumbledore finally got to the end of his closing statement and everyone shook themselves awake. And so, to conclude, I hope very much that you won't have to take away my freedom. Because, dear members of the Wizengamot, freedom is a state much prized within the realm of civilized society. It is a bond wherewith the savage man may charm the outward hatchments of his soul and soothe the troubled beast into a magnitude of quiet. It is most precious as a blessed balm, the savior of princes, the harbinger of happiness, yea, the very stuff and pith of all we hold most dear. What frees the prisoner in his lonely cell, chained within the bondage of rude walls, far from the owl of Thebes? What fires and stirs the woodcock in his springe or wakes the drowsy apricot betides? What goddess doth the storm-tossed mariner offer her most tempestuous prayers to? Freedom, freedom, freedom. There was a moment of silence in which everyone just stared at him. Right, thank you for that very interesting final statement, Mr. Dumbledore, said Madame Bones. The Wizengamot will now give their decision concerning punishment. Anything. One member yelled frantically. We don't care. Just get rid of him. Please. Another added. Just make him and his lectures go away. The ensuing fracas was calmed down after a few minutes and a decision was reached for life imprisonment. Many would have preferred to have him chucked through the veil or given the Dementor's key, but at that point no one cared one way or the other what happened to the old man as long as he was out of that courtroom. Dumbledore gave a resigned sigh as he was handcuffed. It's a fair cop but society is to blame, he said. Quite frankly, I'm against those who give vent to their loquacity by extraneous, bombastic circumlocution, said Luna. Everyone turned to stare at her. Well, I don't like that. Sometimes, Luna, I think you're almost human, said Hermione. 7th year had come and passed, the innocent can never last, wait, wrong line. But yes, 7th year had finished after an extremely uneventful 6th, which had followed a very mild summer. Harry had finished packing up his belongings and went down to the Founders' quarters common room to meet with the others. He took his usual seat at the table, where earlier had been stacks of papers concerning sponge ink, Hogwarts educational reviews, concepts for political reform, notes on new business, and brochures on exotic locations. All packed? Neville asked. Just finished, said Harry. Got your summer plans all sorted? Hannah and I are going on an expedition to South America to study rare plant species. Excellent, Neville. Harry then turned to his girlfriends, who had already joined the gathering at the table. And what do the brilliant masterminds behind our alliance have planned for the future? Short vacation followed by entrance examinations for Miskatonic, said Hermione promptly. Working on my tan before working on my potions mastery, said Daphne. Joining Daphne at the beach and then off to art school, said Tracy. Quidditch tryouts coming up, said Faye. I may have a bit of free time before they come up, though. Searching for Snurkax, said Luna. I've come to believe they may prefer saltwater areas to freshwater. Then back to work for the good old Quibbler. And I've got oar training in the fall, said Susan. Right after a brief respite involving swimming, sunbathing, dancing, and volleyball. Well, this sounds like it delightfully coincides with what I myself had planned, said Harry with a grin. Oh, knock it off, Harry, said Faye. You're the one who invited us to go with you to that resort in the first place. Harry snorted and turned back to Neville. You and Hannah can drop by any time, Neville. We'll keep the music loud, the drinks cold, and an extra suite open for you too. She still hasn't stopped talking about your engagement, said Susan. I can't help but feel like I'm going to get roped into bridesmaid duty. The news that Neville Longbottom had proposed to Hannah Abbott on the last day of school had spread like wildfire and it caused Harry to think about his own future. He was already set for life and didn't need to work, though he fully intended to keep up with Sponge Inc., but he knew his girlfriends were not inclined to settle down until they'd started on their own careers. While Neville and Hannah seemed to be practically joined at the hip since they began going steady, Harry's situation was a little more complicated. Each of Harry's girlfriends had her own set of interests she was inclined to pursue and Harry had no intention of hindering any of them. Harry had come to the conclusion that Hermione, Luna, Susan, Faye, Daphne, and Tracy were exactly the women he was destined to be with if he believed in destiny, of course, but he would respect their desires to help shape the world, even as he became slightly more disinterested in it now that his major adversaries were no longer in the picture. For now, though, he would do what he could to help, love, and support them in everything they did. And so, I declare this to be the Hogwarts graduating class of 1998, Headmistress McGonagall concluded her speech to the cheers of the students as they tossed their pointed hats into the air. As Harry milled through the crowd, getting patted on the back by his classmates, he took the opportunity to really look around him. Sirius and Bathsheba were there, along with their little daughter Celeste, as were Remus and Tonks, and their newborn son Teddy. Everywhere there were joyful, smiling graduates and their families. They would live long, peaceful, and prosperous lives untainted by a bloody and pointless war. Things would finally be right, things would finally be right for everyone. As part of the Hogwarts tradition, the graduating class rowed across the Black Lake in the same boats that brought them to the school as first years. So, Harry climbed into a boat, not minding who else got in with him, and slowly they all set off across the water. From out of the depths, the giant squid raised a tentacle and waved goodbye at them. All was right with the world. Several years later, they were on vacation again, this time visiting the island of Santorini. They were in their early 20s, either established in their careers or finished with their higher education. They were currently lounging around the pool, taking in the beautiful Aegean landscape. Harry had called this vacation as an opportunity to make the move his girlfriends had been waiting for. Harry had asked Hermione to draw up a dating schedule and, each evening, he took each of the girls out on a date and thereupon proposed to them in turn. The girls now each wore an engagement ring representing the title they would be marrying into. Hermione as Lady Potter, Faye as Lady Gryffindor, Susan as Lady Hufflepuff, Luna as Lady Ravenclaw, Daphne as Lady Slytherin, and Tracy as Lady Peverell. The girls had agreed to a joint wedding that would take place next spring and Luna had already made a suggestion about matching garters. "Seems that old Dumbles has corked it," Susan said, looking up from the quibbler. "'Bout time, in my opinion." "Oh," said Harry. "What did him in? Age or illness or what?" "Actually, none of the above. You all remember that blancmange that was terrorizing Britain a while back?" Tracy shifted slightly, refusing to meet anyone's eye. "What, it ate him?" said Faye. "It tried. It had gotten into the prison, ate a number of other prisoners, and then tried to get Dumbledore." Dumbles, however, was still holding up better than he looked. Since he didn't have a wand on him, he punched and kicked the thing so badly when it swallowed him that it exploded. Like a penguin on the television set, Luna muttered to herself. "What was that?" "Oh, nothing. Anyway, the blancmange exploded, but, you see, you know how Dumbledore had that addiction to lemo drops. Well, he'd been so deprived of sugar in prison that he consumed the blancmange. The sugar content was so high it caused him heart failure." "Huh, I'd always thought Dumbledore would go out in some huge, dramatic scene," said Daphne. "Alone, destitute, and in obscurity was my assumption," said Tracy. "Wood chipper," said Faye. "Wood chipper," everyone replied. "Actually, not a bad idea," said Harry. "Too late now, though." Thoughts of Dumbledore and his gruesome demise fled their thoughts, however, when Luna decided it was time to lose her bikini top and decreed it was only fair if everyone else did likewise. All Harry could think was, "I am the luckiest bastard in the world." It was many, many years since the end of the sort of war that was mostly one-sided as the enemy was a moron, wizards and their damn hyphens. Harry James Potter, age 175, was seated in a large wing chair beside a roaring fireplace, a cup of tea resting on the table beside him. Across from him on the sofa, a tiny, owned girl in a bright yellow dress and checkered Converse shoes sat, a notepad and orange ink pen in her little hands. "So, what do you wish to know?" he asked the 8-year-old aspiring journalist with a warm smile. "Well, great-granddaddy." Diane," he admonished gently. "Professionalism. Oh, right, of course. Ahem. Mr. Potter, the magical world wants to know how you built the Potter dynasty. I mean, so much achieved by you, your wives, your children, and your grandchildren, how did you accomplish it all?" "Well, Miss Potter, it was not easy and I certainly couldn't have done it alone," he replied. "In fact, if you want the real brains behind the whole thing you should be speaking to my wives. Anything I accomplished I was only able to do with their help and encouragement. Of course, everyone knows about the technological revolution of the early 21st century, but many of the readers want to know how it all started. What caused the changes? What all happened after the end of the war? How it all started, is an interesting question and I suppose it is time enough for the truth to be known. My dear Luna informed me that she was told that the information may be unclassified now that everything is as it should be. And so he told her everything, right from the beginning, not withholding any details. The little girl was, understandably, amazed and Harry knew it would shock a good many other people. It was good to finally get it all out in the open. After all, Harry hated keeping secrets, even if he had to for safety reasons. He wasn't Dumbledore, after all. "And after you and your wives left Hogwarts, tell us about that. And what happened to the Weasleys? What about the other people in the story?" "Well, it's quite a tale. But I really should get everything out, as I am not long for this world." "Don't say that, I'm sure you'll live at least another 100 years. That's very generous of you, Miss Potter, but I have no wish to linger even if I could. After all, it is the height of good manners to know when to leave. Being as old as I am does wear a man down after a while. But you wanted the rest of the story and here it is. Harry James Potter, wealthiest and most famous wizard in all of Great Britain, was quite proud to say that he was happy with his life. A couple years after graduating from Hogwarts, he and the girls got married in a joint wedding ceremony at the Potter family chapel. Harry had insisted on holding off the wedding until each of his then fiancées had determined what she wished to do in life. Hermione had taken up a post at the Ministry as an advisor to the newly elected minister, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Hermione's work allowed for many of the old, bigoted laws to be disbanded and for efficiency in the ministry to reach record levels. In her spare time, Hermione took great delight in organizing the Potter family archives and library, which she was known to frequent, a pastime that soon turned into a secondary profession when she assembled a complete Potter genealogical record. After noticing her findings, other families had requested her help in studying their records and completing the missing parts of their family trees. In doing so, Hermione ended up discovering connections between pure-blood families and supposed Muggle-borns, leading to the revelation that many of the magical children from Muggle families were, in fact, descended from squibs of pure-blood families who had been all but totally forgotten. In her marriage to Harry, Hermione became the proud mother of 3 brilliant children, Miranda Lily, Richard James, and Rosemary Emma Potter. Faye still had her intense love of sports and took up a post as beater for Puddlemere United, turning down an offer from the Holyhead Harpies in order to avoid working alongside Ginny Weasley, who had still not given up pursuing Harry, despite the restraining order. Faye took a short break from her Quidditch career when she became pregnant with her first child, Andrew Jacob Potter Gryffindor. She took another temporary leave when she was pregnant with her second child, Margaret Ann Potter, but was soon back in the game. Luna continued on to work for the Quibbler, this time as a professional journalist. With her animagus ability, she was singularly responsible for uncovering an attempted government takeover scheme that was being planned by Draco Malfoy and several other Death Eater wannabes. Luna also did a great deal of travel and discovered many amazing creatures, some of which were ones she had told people about in her youth in spite of their skepticism, though she never did find the crumple-horned Snarkack. Luna and Harry had 4 children together, Celine Pandora, Rhea Hermia, and the twins Lorcan Tyrannus and Lysander Ignotus Potter. Susan had proudly gone into the Auror Corps and was due for a promotion soon. With her aunt retiring, it was expected that Susan would very likely be selected as the next head of the DMLE. During her time as an Auror, Susan had risen through the ranks faster than anyone in the history of the profession, her work in not only the rounding up of dark witches and wizards but in the raising of standards for the Auror Corps had ensured that. She had also received healer training which she put into effect quickly and efficiently whenever the need arose on some of the more difficult missions. Her determination and quick thinking were traits which seemed to have passed on to her twin daughters, Jessica Elizabeth and Martha Amelia Potter, who were now top of the second-year class. Though her now 5-year-old son Edgar Michael Potter seemed to have the traits, he preferred to use them to cause as much mischief as he could while being aided and abetted by several of his half-siblings. Daphne had decided to take up helping Harry with his business ventures. A result of her ideas for new products and expanding of the magical market was that she was frequently featured in editions of the Weekly Babble, an extension of the Quibbler which took over the topic of fashion and the successes of women from which weekly which had gone out of business along with its sister publication The Daily Prophet. One of Daphne's personal achievements was the launching of her own fashion company in the magical world, leading to new trends that replaced the outdated, robe look. Daphne's talent for dealing with people and her charming and charismatic nature eventually earned her the unofficial status of a ministry representative to foreign diplomats and even as a liaison with the non-magical government. Of her many accomplishments, Daphne always insisted that motherhood was one of the happiest. Lucilla Marina, Archimedes Cyrus, Demetrius Castor, and Calliope Juno Potter were the very embodiment of Slytherin cunning mingled with the refinement of the Greengrass family. Everyone knew that Lucilla and Demetrius were the masterminds behind many of the Potter children's pranks, however, no one was ever able to prove it. Tracy, oddly enough, had become something of a homemaker. None of the magical careers really appealed to her and she enjoyed overseeing the management of the Potter family properties, ensuring that everything was running smoothly. In her spare time, Tracy did a great deal of painting and experimenting with cooking, though, luckily, there were no more incidents involving killer blancmanges. Tracy also proved herself a capable hostess, organizing many of the events at Potter Manor from galas to balls to simple birthday parties. Whenever she was asked why she didn't aspire for a career of her own, Tracy would reply that with everyone else in the family off doing their own thing, someone had to ensure that the children who weren't at Hogwarts yet didn't blow up the house, something that came closer to happening than anyone realized. Tracy had always wanted a large family, a result of growing up as the only child of rather indifferent parents, so it was that Tracy became the mother of Matthew Harold, David Charles, Aaron Gordian, Winifred Iris, and Elaine Marissa Potter. Harry himself mostly focused on his business ventures, as well as his administrative duties in the Wizengamot. He did prefer working from home in order to help Tracy manage the household and to spend as much time as he could with his children. He also continued to improve things at Hogwarts, eventually deciding that sorting the students into houses caused more harm than good. Students were now assigned to houses according to year, and the option was put out to students to receive personalized portkeys that could take them home, no longer requiring students to board at the school if they did not wish to. The Weasley family was mostly successful, with the exception of Ron and Jinny. Arthur's divorce from Molly was finalized and he married his old sweetheart Abigail. Arthur eventually retired from his ministry job and went to work for Splunge Inc., doing what he loved best, enchanting Muggle objects. He made a good profit off selling his flying car idea to the company and eventually racked up a sizable fortune of his own. When his ex-wife Molly was finally released from prison, she was mortified to discover how things had turned, returning to her former home to discover her husband had divorced her and that there was someone else in her place had driven her to very nearly landing herself in prison again for attempted assault. Molly had no choice but to move in with her Aunt Muriel, where she lived miserably ever after. Fred and George were also among the successful Weasleys. After finishing their newts, as per an agreement, they received an investment in their joke shop from their hero Sirius Black. Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes cornered the market on pranks, jokes, novelties, toys, and a good many other items. Fred and George eventually settled down with their girlfriends, Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet, respectively. Bill also continued in his career as a curse breaker, along with his eventual wife Fleur Delacour. Their jobs with Gringotts took them on hair-raising adventures, exploring lost tombs and perilous jungle cities, rescuing ancient artifacts from smugglers and making love in exotic locations. But that is another story. Charlie and Red also married. Red left her family's law firm in order to follow Charlie back to Romania, where she rediscovered her love of magical history and anthropology and wrote books on the ancient magic and magical cultures of Romania and Eastern Europe. They still kept in contact with Harry, sending him and his family free copies of Red's books when they were published, something which Hermione appreciated the most. Percy married his old girlfriend Penelope Clearwater and had a very peaceful and contented life as a chartered accountant. That's about it, really. As for Ron and Jinny, well, Jinny was accepted by the Holyhead Harpies, until her constant obsessing over Harry Potter creeped out her teammates so much she ended up alienating them to the point that they had no choice but to kick her off the team. She continued to stalk Harry and his family, even as work became difficult for her to find. Eventually, she snapped and attempted to assault Harry in broad daylight as he was taking his children shopping for school supplies. She was confined to the wing for the mentally unstable at St. Mungo's for the rest of her life. Ron did a little better. Not much, though. He did manage to wrangle a job with his favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, as their equipment manager. Of course, the years of being ignored and of everyone's attention being solely on Harry Potter did a great deal of damage to his psyche and, as a result, he ended up with an eating addiction, I mean more than his usual one. He met an untimely demise at age 55 when he was visiting his favorite restaurant and had just finished his 17th course. The scene went something like, "Would sir care for an after-dinner mint?" "No, I'm stuffed. I couldn't eat another bite. It's wafer thin." Well, it couldn't hurt. Unfortunately for Ronald, it did. The explosion was truly something for the record books. Sirius and Bathsheba Black went on to live long, happy lives, along with their 3 beautiful children, Celeste, Leo, and Aries. The Blacks were frequent visitors at Potter Manor, along with the Lupins Remus, Tonks, and their children, Teddy and Angela. Sirius retired from the Aurors and took up teaching Transfiguration at Hogwarts, as McGonagall was now headmistress, though she began contemplating retirement when the steady trickle of Blacks, Lupins, Potters, and Weasleys began. Narcissa Black and Tracy's mother Marissa Roll lived very long and happy lives. Together, they became renowned as trendsetters and philanthropists. Neither woman remarried. Marissa did eventually reconnect with her daughter, but Narcissa stayed as far away from Draco as possible. Narcissa did, however, decide she wanted to be a mother again. Narcissa's daughter, Estella Black, was the result of quite a heated but brief romantic dalliance with a very intelligent American Muggle billionaire. Narcissa had met at a charity function in the Muggle world she was attending with her cousin Sirius and his family. Estella took after her mother in terms of beauty, but she seemed to have a deep fascination with figuring out Muggle technology and making it work better with magic, something that would lead Estella into working for Splunge Inc. and making a fortune of her own by harnessing magic as a clean and efficient source of natural energy. Neville and Hannah Longbottom became known as the world's foremost herbology experts. Together, they opened the Longbottom Gardens and Herbology Institute, and Neville himself eventually went on to teach herbology at Hogwarts, while still assisting Harry with Splunge Inc. Neville and Hannah had 4 children: Mary Frances, Alan Wilfred, Henry Robert, and Sarah Ann Longbottom. The Potter children were each remarkable in their own rights, though considering their upbringings it was only natural. Harry, Hermione, Luna, Susan, Faye, Daphne, and Tracy all loved and respected each of the children and raised them to be strong-minded and independent people, but also rational individuals with more logic than most of magical Britain combined. Of Harry and Hermione's children, Miranda had always been the quiet one. Like her mother, she was very timid and often kept her nose in a book. What a change it made when she proved to have a natural affinity for snow sports such as ice skating, snowboarding, and skiing, which got her involved in many competitions abroad while she was studying to become an anthropologist, helping expand that branch of knowledge in the magical world after being inspired by the works of her family's old friend Red. Miranda, as the eldest of the Potter heirs, was the designated head of the House of Potter, regardless of the fact that she had a brother, as Harry had overturned the laws that required lordships to directly pass to male heirs. Richard had both his mother's brains and his paternal grandfather's ingenuity and penchant for mischief, but also his father's love for societal advancement. He and his godbrother, Teddy Lupin, had collaborated on a number of projects together and even developed new forms of magical transport, including sky ships, which they'd wanted to build ever since they'd watched the film Treasure Planet. Richard had even spent a few years in the non-magical military, hoping it would straighten out his rebellious streak a bit considering all the chaos he wreaked during his Hogwarts years. Rosemary had grown up to be no less incredible, though mostly no one knew what she was really doing at one time or another, being a secret hit which, while masquerading as a member of the magical acting circle of society, did tend to put limitations on what she could and could not tell her friends and family. Like her father, she also had a love of flying and did occasionally do competitive broom racing, in addition to being a falcon animagus. Lucilla took after Daphne in that she was quite proudly a public figure. As the heiress of Slytherin, she was expected to hold herself with dignity, though the people who got to know her discovered she had a liking for very stupid jokes. She held a firm grip on her goals, though, and was not someone you wanted as an enemy, especially considering she was aiming at becoming the youngest minister for magic on record. Archimedes was more the simple soul and had his father's dislike of being the center of attention. He would tinker away with little magical and electronic gadgets with his brother Richard, but mostly he avoided anything that might make people take too much notice of him. Once he started to come out of his shell, though, it became clear that his ambition was to help others, and so he took up management of the charities his father sponsored. As he became more open to others, he eventually took up a job as a teacher at the Pottermark Introductory School of Magic, an institution that Harry had begun work on to help ease the transition into the magical world for younger children. It wasn't a boarding school and it mostly dealt with the basics of magical education while focusing on the essentials of a normal one. He declined the chance to be head of the Greengrass family, passing it to his younger brother. Demetrius proved to be very capable as Lord Greengrass once his maternal grandfather had retired from public life. He was very easy to talk to and soon found himself a secondary occupation working as a diplomat, like his mother had done. He was also a talented violinist and was known to perform at parties if requested. He also had a liking for history and wrote several books on ancient magic. Calliope was born to be a professor. She had a natural talent for speaking and could hold anyone who listened to her captivated by her clear, concise, and fascinating explanations regarding spellcraft. She would spend many years abroad perfecting this knowledge before returning to Britain to take up a professorship at Hogwarts, eventually becoming headmistress. Susan and Harry's twins, Jessica and Martha, always did everything together regardless of how different they could be in both appearance and personality. Both were unmistakably a team and no one would ever dare try to keep them apart, not even when it came time to enter the workforce. Despite the fact that Martha was an Auror and Jessica was an unspeakable, the two were constants in each other's lives. While Martha took up the title of Lady Hufflepuff once Harry felt he was old enough to start handing out his titles to his children, Jessica had refused her mother's offer to let her become Lady Bones. Edgar, like many of his siblings, was a staunch humanitarian and dedicated to helping others. It was because of this that he chose to become a healer at St. Mungo's, pushing for new and innovative medical techniques he learned from having studied at medical school in the Muggle world. Edgar eventually became head healer of St. Mungo's. While he was the heir to the title of Lord Bones, he managed to hold off on accepting the position from his mother until his eldest son, Harold Robert Bones Potter, had finished his own education and could be suitably handed the title instead. Andrew proved to have an affinity for arithmancy and ancient runes, something he eventually turned into a career working as a professional warder. This led him into the service of Gringotts as one of their chief warders, ward breakers, and consultants in curse breaking. With his father's retirement, Andrew found himself thrust into the position of Lord Gryffindor, something which he proved to be relatively good at, thanks especially to the assistance of his wife who helped get him through the more complex aspects of political life. After all, wards and arithmetic formulae were easy for Andrew, but dealing with people, and politicians, was another matter entirely. Margaret shared her parents' love of Quidditch and became one of the best seekers the Scottish team had ever had, choosing to accept their offer over the one from England, something which the English team never forgave her for. She won international acclaim by her performance of a perfect Wronski feint at the Quidditch World Cup. When her Quidditch career ended, she took up the post of flying instructor and Quidditch coach at Hogwarts. Matthew had been a bit of a show-off ever since he was a child. No matter what his parents did, he never quite reined in that cocky and headstrong attitude. When he crossed the line, however, Harry made it very clear he would be out of the family if he didn't shape up. Matthew's relationship with his family did become a bit strained, showing that not everything goes perfectly, and he stopped speaking to his father entirely after Harry decided to bequeath the Peverell lordship to Matthew's younger brother David instead of him. They didn't reconcile until Harry's 160th birthday. David pursued an interest in law, becoming quite a respected lawyer and eventually working as the chief legal counsel for Splunge Inc. David was rather surprised when he was offered the Peverell lordship from his father, and only reluctantly accepted as none of his younger siblings were interested and Harry outright refused to give it to Matthew. Regardless, he handled his title with dignity and always voted according to his conscience. With so many children, the odds were pretty high that at least one would be a squib. Aaron happened to be the one fate decided to not gift with magical powers. Harry had been terrified that his son would be bitter and resentful upon finding out he couldn't learn magic. However, Aaron, oddly enough, did not feel he was in any way inferior to his siblings and had the temperament quality that members of his family referred to as the "oh, Harry" trait, in that he knew his father's attempts to do everything he could to make things fair for everyone were appreciated but still seen as frustratingly noble. Overall, things turned out really well for Aaron, who ended up going to a Muggle university and even on to graduate school with some of the best grades in his class. He made sure to keep in touch with his family, even as he began working in the Muggle world where people wouldn't look at him and instantly see the squib son of Harry Potter. He ended up making quite a decent fortune in his own rights as the owner of a successful company, crediting his father as inspiration. Winifred, affectionately known as Winnie, endeavored to become the youngest potions mistress of the age, beating Snape's record by 2 years. After that, commissions to work for various people began pouring in. She never really settled on working for just one group exclusively and always preferred to show up as a consultant and guest speaker for any number of agencies, organizations, and schools. Her skill reached such levels of proficiency that, before the age of 30, she had successfully invented the cure for lycanthropy. Elaine never seemed to escape being known as the baby of the Potter family, as she was almost 10 years younger than the next to youngest child, Rosemary. Despite having so many older siblings, Elaine was not insecure about her own accomplishments and quite proudly exhibited her talents as a professional dueling champion, artist, and gymnastics expert. She founded her own art institution, which was riddled with trapeze wires from which she could practice her talents with the brush, magic, and unrivaled flexibility. Rhea was the second eldest of Harry and Luna's children, but by certain circumstances which shall soon be explained, she took over the position of Lady Ravenclaw in place of her sister Celine. From a young age, Rhea had shown an aptitude for herbology and earth-based magic, something which caused her to spend a considerable amount of time with Neville and Hannah Longbottom's younger son, Henry. It was more or less a match made in heaven, and Rhea and Henry married only a few years after finishing Hogwarts and went to work at the Longbottom Gardens and Herbology Institute. Lorcan was a bit of a wild card in his older years, very different from the well-behaved, polite, and secretly sneaky boy he had been in his childhood. With a pierced ear, a leather jacket, and a motorcycle, he went where he wanted and did what he wanted. He would always come by at holidays or to occasionally visit his siblings and shower gifts on his many nieces and nephews. He was pretty secretive about what he did when he was off the radar, but he hinted that he spent a lot of his time doing things for the American government. The day he came home to announce his impending nuptials had everyone shocked, as they never thought the young man would do anything so normal as marriage. Indeed, most people thought he was just falling into one sordid love affair after another, though he neither confirmed nor denied such allegations, saying it was no one's business what he did with his life. Lysander had been the goody two-shoes, and just did what he seemed to feel was expected of him. He prepared for his responsibilities as head of the House of Lovegood, which had since been given a noble title that Harry had absolutely nothing to do with. Honestly, it was all Luna's doing. Like his maternal family, he did express himself through his interest in magical and non-magical creatures. What really threw people in a spin was the fact that he'd married Fred and Angelina Weasley's daughter, Roxanne, who was anything but mild-mannered and simple. As for Celine, well, she outshone them all. It goes without saying that any child of Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood would be exceptional, just as Harry's other children with his other wives were all exceptional in their own ways, but Celine showed she had her father's luck. After all, no one but Harry Potter's daughter could find herself defeating a dark witch so powerful she made Voldemort look like a dead parrot in comparison. As an added twist to the fate of this young woman, it could only be Potter luck that caused her to be crowned Supreme Empress of the magical world. All Celine had wanted to do was get a charms mastery, travel a bit, and marry that cute Muggle-born boy from Dorset. Instead, she got the job of running the entire magical world, even as the statute of secrecy was eventually dissolved. All she could say to her father on the subject was a very sarcastic, "Thanks a lot, Dad." "Thank you for your insight, Mr. Potter," said the little bee-owned girl to the aged wizard. "We at the Quibbler appreciate this." She hopped off her seat, gave her great-grandfather a hug and a key on the cheek, and skipped over to the fireplace to flow home. Harry smiled and shook his head slightly before rising from his own seat and heading off to his bedroom. His wives were all waiting for him with warm smiles. "It's tonight, isn't it?" he asked. "Yep," said Luna with a sad smile. "The boys at the Mod are waiting for our arrival. It was nice of them to let us all leave together," said Tracy. "Indeed," Daphne said with a nod. "I don't think I would have been able to handle us all leaving one at a time." The 7 of them all curled up on the bed together, as they had become accustomed to do. Harry, Hermione, Luna, Susan, Faye, Daphne, and Tracy, all together as though they were merely going to sleep after a long day. They were tired, it was time to go. "Mr. Potter, how splendid to see you again," a cheerful voice greeted him. Harry opened his eyes. It was the man from the Ministry of Death, whose office Harry had first walked into at the beginning of the story. "And Mrs. Potter, Mrs. Potter, Mrs. Potter, Mrs. Potter, and Mrs. Potter," how lovely. You forgot Mrs. Potter, added another man that Harry recognized as the guy from Maud's legal office. Yes, my apologies. Well, you certainly got it right this time, Mr. Potter. We'll just escort you 7 through to the other side. I know you have a good many friends and loved ones waiting for you. So, he really fulfilled his destiny this time? Hermione asked. Certainly. Got things tidied up in the living world just in time for the chosen one to show up. Wait, what? Said Harry. What are you talking about? Your daughter, Celine, of course. She was destined to become the magical messiah and usher in a new era of peace and prosperity for all. Couldn't do that if she hadn't been born, could she? Wait, you mean to tell me this whole sending me back in time thing was just a ploy to ensure Celine was born and could become the magical empress? Actually, yes. You didn't think everything would be so convenient on its own, did you? The folks in Fate had to do a lot of damage control. So you manipulated me, just like Dumbledore. Mr. Potter, just because we needed you to do something that would lead to the dawning of a golden age does not mean we superimposed our own desires above your own. We left you plenty of room to choose who you wanted to marry, what you did with your life, and how you accomplished everything. We only tweaked things when absolutely necessary. And, after all, weren't the end results worth it? Harry exchanged meaningful looks with his wives and had to nod. I suppose you're right. Excellent. Now if you will just step through here, we'll see you all off to heaven. As Harry was about to follow his wives through the portal to the next great adventure, he turned to look at the 2 Maud representatives. Will we ever see each other again? Said Harry. Who knows? God permitting, we'll all meet again in He's Not Dead Yet 2, the search for better cultural references. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.